I had been wanting to go out alone for a while, just me and the woods. Life had been feeling heavy, and I thought a few days out there would give me the reset I needed. I chose a state forest I had never been to before. It wasn't too far from home, only a couple hours of driving, but it was large enough and quiet enough that I could be on my own for days without hearing anyone else. I packed the basics: tent, sleeping bag, small stove, food that could last, extra water, and a small filter in case I needed to refill from streams. I had a flashlight, spare batteries, and a knife I carried whenever I went hiking. I also had a can of bear spray that I kept clipped to the strap of my backpack. My plan was simple: park at the lot near the trailhead, hike a few miles in, set up camp somewhere near water, and just stay for a few days without worrying about anything but keeping warm, fed, and safe. When I got to the trailhead, it was already late afternoon. The lot was almost empty, only one other car that looked dusty like it had been there for at least a few days. The air was heavy and humid, and the forest was thick, with green pressing in from all sides. The trail was narrow and not very well kept. It felt like the kind of place people didn't come to often, and I liked that. I walked for a while until I found a spot far enough from the trail that I couldn't see it anymore, but close enough to a small stream that I could get water if I needed. The ground there was mostly flat, covered in dead leaves, and open enough that I could put up my tent without too much trouble. I set it up quickly, spread out my sleeping bag inside, and laid out some food to cook. As the sun went down, the forest grew quiet in a way that made the back of my neck tighten. I had been out camping before, but something about being alone out there always made me notice things more. The smallest twig snapping sounded sharp. The movement of leaves in the wind sounded like something shifting through them. I forced myself to eat, clean up, and then sit for a while, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. Eventually, I crawled into the tent and shut it behind me. That first night, I didn't sleep much. I lay there listening. The forest has its own rhythm, but when you're alone, it feels like every sound is directed at you. Something moved through the brush near the stream, heavy enough to crack sticks underfoot. It came and went, and I gripped my knife inside the tent, waiting. After a while, the sound faded. I must have drifted in and out until the morning light came. The second day, I walked around, following the stream for a while, then circling back. I made a small fire, ate, and tried to settle into the quiet. The air felt different though, heavier, like the forest was watching me instead of the other way around. I brushed it off as nerves, but I kept noticing things. A broken branch that looked freshly snapped. Footprints that weren't mine near the mud by the water. They looked like boot prints, not animal tracks. I stared at them for a long time, tracing their path until they faded into the brush. I told myself maybe they were old, maybe someone had been out there days ago, but they looked sharp, pressed into the mud like they had been made recently. I went back to camp and sat there for a long time, my ears tuned to the woods, waiting for a sound that matched the feeling crawling over me. That night was worse. I had cooked, cleaned, and was in my tent before the dark closed in. I lay still, trying to keep my breathing quiet. Sometime deep into the night, I heard it. Not an animal. Slow, steady steps in the leaves. Not close, but not far either. I froze. The steps stopped, then started again, moving past, heading somewhere deeper. My hand rested on the knife and the bear spray, but I didn't move. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, the sounds faded into nothing. The third day, I thought about leaving. I had only planned for a few days, but something about the tracks and the sounds made me uneasy. I tried to shake it off. I walked further than before, checking the ground as I went. That's when I found it. A fire ring, small, with ashes that hadn't been there long. A circle of stones with black char in the middle, and beside it, a torn piece of plastic wrapper. It wasn't mine. I stood there for a long time, staring at it. Someone else was out there, not just days ago, but maybe last night. I didn't know if it was the same person who left the prints, but it was clear now that I wasn't as alone as I thought. The rest of the day dragged. Every sound made me tense. When the light began to die, I set up everything so I wouldn't need to leave the tent once I was inside. I sat in the dark, waiting. The steps came again that night, this time closer. I heard them circling, moving through the brush at the edge of where I had set up. They weren't rushing. They weren't trying to be loud either. Just steady, slow steps like someone pacing, checking. My chest tightened as I listened. I stayed as quiet as I could. My flashlight was in my hand, but I didn't dare switch it on. After a while, the steps faded again, but I didn't sleep. By the fourth morning, I knew I had to go. My food was low, but more than that, the thought of another night like that felt unbearable. I packed everything quickly and started back toward the trail. The forest felt heavier with each step, like something was pushing me out. I kept looking over my shoulder. About halfway back to the lot, I froze. The mud at the edge of the trail had prints in it. Fresh ones. Boots again, pointed the same way I was headed, deeper into the forest. Someone had walked that way not long ago. My stomach turned. I couldn't tell how fresh, but they looked sharp, like the edges hadn't crumbled yet. I didn't stop. I walked faster, almost running. My pack bounced against my shoulders, and sweat ran down my face even though the forest was cool. I didn't hear anything behind me, but I felt it, like the woods were holding their breath. When I finally saw the parking lot through the trees, relief almost dropped me to my knees. But the sight of my car brought no comfort. The other car was still there, the same dusty one, but something about it seemed wrong. A window was cracked open, and on the ground beside it lay a crumpled water bottle. I didn't stop to look closer. I threw my gear into the back of my car and climbed in, locking the doors immediately. My hands shook as I started the engine. I didn't look around. I didn't check the trees. I just drove, the gravel lot crunching under my tires as I pulled away. On the drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me. But the road stayed empty. When I finally reached home, I unloaded everything, locked the doors, and sat on my bed, staring at the wall. I don't know who else was out there, or why they circled my camp at night. I don't know if they were watching me or just passing through, but I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. Someone else was in those woods with me. I haven't been camping alone since. I had always been drawn to the quiet of the woods. There was something about stepping away from towns, leaving behind the sound of cars, and trading it for the endless hush of trees. That year, late in the fall, I decided to take a solo camping trip. I had gone camping many times before, but always with friends or at least one other person. This time, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to feel the silence of the forest when no one else was there to fill it. I packed my gear carefully. Tent, sleeping bag, food sealed tight in containers, a small camp stove, extra clothes, and my hunting knife. I also carried a flashlight, spare batteries, a lighter, and a small hatchet. My backpack felt heavy when I started, but I liked the weight. It meant I had what I needed. The trail wound deep into a forest that I had studied on maps. It wasn't far from a river, and I had chosen a spot near a clearing where I thought I could set up my tent and still be close to water. The hike in was tiring. The air was cool and smelled of wet leaves. My boots pressed into the soft earth, sometimes sliding on damp patches of mud. Birds moved through the trees, and every now and then I heard the quick rush of something small running through the undergrowth. It all felt normal, the way woods always felt, alive, full of small sounds. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun had started to fall lower behind the trees. The clearing was quiet except for the faint ripple of the river not far away. I set down my pack, stretched my sore shoulders, and started setting up the tent. The fabric flapped as I pulled it tight, the stakes hammered into the dirt with the flat side of the hatchet. Once it stood, I laid out my sleeping bag inside and placed my gear carefully in order. I was methodical when I camped alone. I didn't like surprises, and being organized was a way to keep my head clear. I boiled water on the small stove and made a simple meal, something light but warm. Eating out there, with nothing but the fading light and the trees all around, gave me the quiet I had come for. I cleaned everything as soon as I finished, sealing away scraps and food smells. I knew enough to be careful about animals. As night settled in, the cold came faster than I expected. I pulled on a heavier jacket, lit a small fire for warmth, and sat close. The fire cracked softly, throwing out small sparks that died in the dirt. I felt calm sitting there. The stars began to appear, and the black sky stretched endlessly above me. I thought about how far I was from anyone else. The nearest town was miles away. The nearest road was more than an hour's walk. It was only me, the woods, and the dark. I let the fire burn low until only red coals glowed. Then I crawled into the tent, zipped it shut, and laid back in the sleeping bag. The forest was still alive with sound. Leaves rustled, branches creaked. A far-off owl called. I drifted toward sleep with those noises all around me. Somewhere deep in the night, I woke. At first, I didn't know why. The tent was dark, and the air inside felt cold. I shifted in the bag and listened. The forest was quieter now. The small night sounds seemed to have hushed, leaving an emptiness. That was when I heard it. A low, steady howl carried through the trees. It was far, but it reached me clearly. My body tensed. I had heard coyotes before, but this was deeper, longer. A wolf. I stayed still, listening. After a long silence, another howl answered from somewhere else. It sounded closer. My chest tightened. I reminded myself that wolves rarely attacked people, that most of the time they avoided humans. But being alone, with only a thin tent wall between me and them, made me feel suddenly small. I waited, straining my ears. I thought I heard faint steps in the brush, but it could have been the wind. My breathing slowed, and I eventually convinced myself to lay back down. The howls came again, farther this time, and then stopped. My eyes stayed open for a long time before I finally fell back asleep. Morning came cold and gray. My breath showed in the air as I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The fire pit was cold ash. The forest smelled damp, earthy. Nothing looked disturbed, though my nerves still remembered the night. I made coffee on the stove, the steam rising into the chilly air, and forced myself to relax. All morning I explored near the river, keeping track of my bearings so I wouldn't get lost. The water was clear and fast, rushing over rocks and fallen branches. I filled my bottle and treated it. The ground near the bank showed tracks. Deer, raccoon, small animals I couldn't name. But then I saw it, large paw prints pressed into the mud, bigger than a dog's. I crouched low and traced the edges with my finger. Wolf. The print was fresh enough that moisture still clung in the pressed dirt. A cold shiver ran through me. I looked around, the woods suddenly feeling tighter, as though eyes might be on me. I knew wolves roamed these areas, but seeing the print so close to camp made it different. I stood and backed away, glancing often into the trees. The rest of the day passed slowly. I kept busy collecting wood, checking my gear, and writing in the small notebook I carried. But every time a branch cracked or leaves shifted, my mind went back to the paw print. By afternoon, clouds thickened overhead. The sky darkened early, and I knew the night would be colder. I built a fire larger than the night before, feeding it until the flames stood tall. As the darkness settled, the forest felt even quieter than the previous night. I sat close to the fire, the warmth on my face, my knife resting on the ground near my hand. I couldn't shake the unease. I chewed on a protein bar, not hungry but needing something in my stomach. Then it came again, a howl closer than before. This one rolled long and low, echoing through the trees. My skin prickled. I fed more wood into the fire, the crackle breaking the silence. I sat frozen, listening. Another howl answered, this one so near it seemed just beyond the clearing. My hand went to the knife, gripping it tightly. I couldn't see anything beyond the reach of the firelight, only black shapes of trees. But I felt it, the heavy silence, the pause between sounds when something alive waits in the dark. I told myself to stay calm. Wolves rarely approached humans. The fire would keep them back. But the howl came again, this time sharper, almost urgent. Then, from the brush to my left, I heard a snap, a branch broken under weight. My heart slammed in my chest. I turned quickly, staring at the edge of the light. For a moment I thought I saw movement, a shape shifting low between trees. Then nothing. The fire roared as I piled on more wood. Sparks lifted into the night, swirling away. I sat there, my back straight, knife ready. Minutes passed like hours. Then another sound from the other side of the clearing. Leaves shifted, steps deliberate but careful. They were circling. I stayed awake through most of the night, keeping the fire alive, listening to the movements in the dark. Sometimes I thought they had gone. Then another faint crack would come, reminding me. By dawn, I was exhausted, my eyes heavy. The morning air bit colder than before. I checked around the clearing once the sun gave me light. That was when I saw them, prints, dozens of them circling the camp. Large paw prints in the soft dirt, some pressed right to the edge of the fire pit. My stomach turned. They had come close, closer than I had thought. I packed my bag quickly, my hands trembling. I didn't want to stay another night. The thought of those eyes watching me, those steps circling as I tried to sleep, made it impossible. I doused the fire, covered the pit, and hoisted my pack onto my shoulders. The trail out would take hours, but I wanted distance between me and that place. The forest was quiet as I started back. Too quiet. Every step I took, I expected to hear something behind me. For the first mile, nothing happened. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees. Then, faintly, I heard movement. A branch snapping, leaves crunching under weight. Quickened my pace. The sound followed. Sometimes close, sometimes fading, but never gone. I knew better than to run, but my legs wanted to. I kept steady, breathing hard, sweat chilling on my back despite the cold. My eyes darted from tree to tree. Once, I thought I saw gray fur slide between trunks. My chest tightened. Hours passed like that, me walking fast, the sound always behind. Finally, I reached the point where the trail widened and I knew the road wasn't far. Relief flooded me, but it was thin. I kept going, forcing my legs to move. The woods opened slightly, light cutting through. I turned once more, and there it was. A wolf, standing at the edge of the trees, its body long and lean, fur dark gray. Its eyes locked on me. It didn't move forward, didn't snarl, just stood there, silent. My breath caught in my throat. I froze. I took my dog out camping because I wanted some quiet time away from everything. It was late summer, and the days were still warm, but the nights were starting to cool down. The air had that mix of dry grass and damp soil that always makes me think of the end of the season. I had been planning the trip for weeks, and I thought it would be simple. Just me, my gear, and my dog. His name was Ranger, a large German Shepherd mix with a lot of energy, but also a calmness when he was by my side. I trusted him in the woods more than I trusted myself because he always noticed things before I did. That's one of the main reasons I brought him. I drove out early in the morning, leaving the city behind, the roads turning from highways to two-lane country stretches, and eventually to dirt paths with potholes and dust rising behind my truck. The forest seemed endless once I got into it. Pines, oaks, and thick brush lined the sides of the trail. The sun cut through the branches in thin lines, and every so often I would see a hawk circling above or a squirrel darting across the road. Ranger was in the back seat, his head sticking out the window, ears perked up, nose working overtime. He knew we were heading somewhere good. I reached a small clearing I had marked on my map. It wasn't an official campsite, just a flat patch of ground near a stream that I had seen once before on a day hike. It was quiet, tucked far enough from any road that I wouldn't expect to see anyone else. That's exactly what I wanted. I parked the truck a little off to the side, unpacked my gear, and started setting up camp. Ranger trotted around the clearing, sniffing everything, tail wagging, occasionally letting out a short bark at nothing in particular. I set up the tent first, a small two-person one that I'd used plenty of times. Then I gathered wood for a fire, stacked it neatly, and made sure I had everything organized. The stream nearby gave a soft, rushing sound that was constant but not loud enough to drown out the forest. Birds called back and forth, insects buzzed, and every so often, the trees creaked with a breeze. It was calm in a way that felt almost heavy, like the silence in between sounds was thicker than usual. Ranger stuck close as I cooked a simple lunch on my small camp stove. He sat with his eyes on me, waiting for scraps, though I didn't give him much since I had his own food packed. After we ate, we walked down to the stream. The water was cold, clear enough to see the stones on the bottom, and Ranger went straight in, splashing around, drinking from it, even laying down in the shallow part to cool himself off. I let him be while I filled my water bottles and filtered them. The day passed like that, slow, calm, with nothing pressing. I read a little, took a nap in the sun, and hiked a short loop through the woods before dinner. Ranger was always ahead of me on the trail, but never too far, glancing back to make sure I was behind him. When I finally sat by the fire that evening, watching the flames rise and crackle, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. Ranger lay at my feet, his head resting on his paws, eyes half closed but ears twitching at every sound from the dark. It was around then that I noticed something strange. The forest noises seemed to dim a little. The crickets, which had been chirping non-stop, went quieter. The birds had stopped a while ago since it was nearly dark, but it was more than that. It felt like everything beyond the firelight was holding still. Ranger picked up his head, staring into the trees. His ears pointed forward, body stiff. I followed his gaze but saw nothing, just the black shape of trunks and the brush between them. I told myself it was just the woods settling in for the night, but Ranger didn't relax for a long time. He stayed alert, staring out before finally lowering his head again. That night, I crawled into my tent with Ranger beside me. I had brought his blanket and laid it down for him. He usually curled up quickly and slept soundly, but he was restless. I could feel him shifting beside me, lifting his head, listening. Every so often, he let out a low growl, barely audible, almost like he was warning something he didn't fully see. It made it hard for me to fall asleep, but eventually exhaustion took over. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of Ranger moving. His body brushed against the side of the tent, nails clicking on the ground sheet. When I opened my eyes, I saw his silhouette at the entrance, standing tall, ears forward. He wasn't barking or whining, just standing dead still, staring out through the thin fabric. I held my breath, listening. At first, all I heard was the rushing of the stream and the faint crackle of dying coals from the fire. Then, faint but clear, I heard something moving in the brush, a steady, slow crunch of leaves. It wasn't a small animal. The weight was heavier, deliberate. I froze. Ranger stayed silent, but his body was rigid. The sound came closer, then stopped. I felt my pulse in my ears, every muscle tight, waiting. Minutes passed, or maybe only seconds, it was hard to tell. Then I heard the sound again, farther away this time, moving along the treeline. I didn't sleep much after that. The morning came with gray light, and everything looked normal again. Birds were back, squirrels moved through the branches, and the forest was alive. It was easy to convince myself it had been nothing more than a deer passing through, but Ranger's behavior told me otherwise. He was jumpier than usual, sticking close, scanning the woods constantly. The day went on. I tried to enjoy it the way I had planned, but I couldn't shake the unease. Every crack of a branch in the distance made me look up. Every shadow seemed heavier. Ranger didn't help. He wouldn't relax the way he normally did. His ears were always moving, and sometimes he would suddenly stare into the forest, hackles raised, before calming again. That evening, as the sun lowered, I thought about cutting the trip short, but I told myself it was paranoia. I had camped alone before, heard animals in the night, and nothing had ever come of it. I tried to ignore the feeling as I cooked dinner. The firelight flickered across the clearing, making the shadows shift constantly. Ranger sat up, staring at the dark again, and I felt my skin prickle. It was after midnight when I woke again to Ranger. This time he was growling, a deep, constant rumble in his chest. He was at the front of the tent again, staring out. I sat up slowly, every nerve on edge. Then I heard it clearly, footsteps. Not an animal's random scurry, not the uneven sound of hooves. These were measured, heavy human footsteps. They circled the clearing, slow, crunching through leaves, stopping, then moving again. My mouth went dry. I didn't move, barely breathed. Whoever it was didn't come close to the tent, but they stayed out there just beyond the firelight. Ranger's growl grew louder, and I had to hold him back quietly, afraid he might bolt out of the tent. The steps went on for what felt like forever, then slowly faded into the distance. I didn't sleep again. I sat there in the dark with Ranger pressed against me, his body tense, until the first light of morning. When I finally opened the tent, the clearing looked untouched. But near the tree-line in the soft dirt, I saw prints. Large boot prints, deep enough that they had been made by someone heavy. They circled the camp and stopped at different points like the person had been watching. That was it for me. I packed up in silence, glancing around constantly, heart pounding every time Ranger pricked his ears. I loaded everything into the truck as fast as I could. The forest didn't feel calm anymore. It felt alive and watching. When I slammed the door shut and turned the key, Ranger climbed into the seat beside me, finally laying down with his head on my leg. I drove out fast, bumping along the dirt trail until I reached the road. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back in open country. I don't know who it was out there or why they were circling my camp in the middle of the night, but I know this. If I hadn't had Ranger with me, I might not have even woken up. I might have never known someone was there until it was too late. That trip taught me something I won't forget. Out in the woods, it's not always the animals you need to worry about. Sometimes it's people. And from then on, I never went camping alone without my dog again. I had been wanting to go camping alone for a while. Most of the time when I went out into the woods it was with friends, and usually it turned into a casual trip filled with loud music, laughing, and too much drinking. I wanted something different this time. I wanted silence. I wanted to hear the trees move in the wind, to feel the night when it got heavy and cold, to sit by a small fire and think without anyone else there. That was what pushed me to pack my gear one weekend and drive out far enough that I didn't even have cell service anymore. The road twisted deeper into the forest until it became narrower and rougher. Nothing but loose gravel with ditches carved from rainwater on both sides. I parked near a faded trail sign that looked like nobody had touched it in years. The paint was cracked and the wooden board leaned slightly as if it was rotting at the base. It felt perfect for what I was looking for. Remote, quiet. I strapped on my backpack, slung my small tent under it, and started down the trail. The sun was high but already beginning to soften toward the late afternoon. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. Every step I took pressed the smell out of the ground, like the forest wanted me to know exactly what I was walking on. The trail ran about 2 miles into the woods before it forked, one side climbing toward a ridge and the other dropping lower toward a stream. I decided to head down. Water meant I could set up camp nearby and not worry about running short. The slope was steep and covered in loose rocks that slid under my boots, but I made it down without falling. The sound of rushing water grew stronger until I reached the stream, wide and fast with banks made of smooth stone and patches of moss. I found a clearing a little away from the water, surrounded by trees that stood close together. The ground there was flat and soft with fallen needles, and it seemed like a good place to pitch the tent. I dropped my pack, stretched my shoulders, and started setting up. It felt good to move in the silence, with nothing but birds calling now and then and the water running steady nearby. By the time I had the tent up and my sleeping bag rolled inside, the sun had dropped low enough that the shadows stretched long and thin. The trees swallowed most of the light, and the air began cooling fast. I gathered sticks and dry branches from around the clearing, snapping them and stacking them carefully until I had enough for a small fire. The flame caught quick, and soon I had a little orange circle pushing against the dark. I sat on a flat rock near the fire and ate from a small packet of dried food. It wasn't much, but I didn't need much. The stream gave me cold water to drink, and the fire warmed my hands as the night came in thicker. It was exactly what I wanted. Just me, the fire, and the forest pressing in around me. But as the dark settled deeper, I began to notice how alive everything was. In the daylight, the woods had seemed calm, even empty. At night, it was different. I could hear things moving constantly, small snaps of twigs, shuffling in the brush, the occasional sound of something dropping from a tree and landing softly on the ground. The stream covered a lot of the noise, but in the pauses, when the wind held still, it felt like the forest itself was breathing all around me. I tried not to let it bother me. I had been camping before. I knew animals lived out here. A squirrel, a raccoon, maybe a deer wandering close. That was all. Still, I found myself glancing toward the edge of the firelight again and again, staring into the black that sat between the trees. The firelight reached only so far, and beyond that was pure dark, thick enough that even when I tried to adjust my eyes, it stayed solid. I forced myself to focus on the fire and the warmth on my face. I stayed like that for a long time, listening, trying to ignore the sounds that kept rising from different places in the woods. Sometimes they were faint and far, other times close enough that I knew it was just beyond where the firelight cut off. Eventually, I decided to crawl into the tent. The fire was down to glowing coals, and I didn't want to burn through all the wood I had gathered on the first night. I zipped myself inside the tent and laid back in the sleeping bag. The thin fabric between me and the woods felt weak, like it wasn't really a wall at all. I could still hear everything outside. The stream rushing, the brush moving, the occasional rustle of leaves when the wind pushed through. I kept telling myself I was fine. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. For a while, I drifted in and out, half dreaming, half aware of the constant noise outside. But then I woke to something sharper, a snap, not like a small stick breaking under a squirrel. This was heavier, a branch, thick enough to take weight, cracking in the dark. I opened my eyes and held still. The sound came again, slower this time, like careful steps pressing down. My chest tightened. I wanted to believe it was a deer, a heavy animal, sure, but still just an animal. I tried to stay calm, but the steps didn't sound random. They had a rhythm. Pause. Another step. Pause. Another. It was too careful, too slow. I lay there, staring up at the fabric of the tent as if it could protect me, every muscle stiff. The steps grew closer, then stopped. I waited, my heart beat loud enough that I swore whoever, or whatever, was out there could hear it. The silence stretched long, then there was another sound. Not steps this time, a dragging noise, something brushing over the ground. I almost sat up, almost called out, but I stopped myself. My mouth was dry. I stayed flat, forcing myself not to move. The dragging sound circled partway around the tent, then stopped again. I didn't hear anything after that. No more steps, no more movement, just the stream and the crickets filling the silence. I stayed awake the rest of the night, eyes wide open, listening. Eventually the black faded to gray, and then the first light of morning slipped between the trees. Only then did I unzip the tent and crawl out. The ground around the clearing looked normal. The fire pit was cold ash. My pack was still leaning against the tree where I left it. Nothing seemed touched, but when I walked toward the edge of the clearing, I saw the ground pressed down in places, like someone had stepped hard into the layer of needles and dirt. There were no clear footprints, but the marks were wide apart, spaced like long strides. I told myself again it could have been a deer, maybe even a bear. I tried not to think about how the dragging sound had seemed too deliberate. I boiled some water, drank coffee from a tin cup, and convinced myself to stay at least another night. I hadn't come all this way to pack up after one strange evening. The day passed quiet. I wandered along the stream, explored up a small hill, and sat for a while watching the water rush over smooth stones. The sun felt warm on my shoulders. For a few hours, I managed to shake off the unease from the night before. When evening came again, I built another fire. I made it bigger this time, fed it more wood, let the flames climb higher. The circle of light stretched farther across the clearing. I felt safer with it burning strong. I sat there for a long time, poking at the fire with a stick, watching sparks rise into the branches above. But as night deepened, the noises returned. First faint, then closer. I caught myself staring into the dark again, trying to see if anything moved between the trees. The longer I looked, the more it felt like something was there, just beyond the reach of the firelight. I forced myself to stay outside this time, near the fire. I didn't want to hide in the tent again. The fire cracked and hissed as I fed it wood. Hours passed. Then, just when I started to feel maybe it was nothing, I heard it again. The same heavy step, the same careful rhythm. My stomach dropped. I gripped the stick I had been using to stir the fire. The steps came from the same side as the night before. Slow, measured, stopping now and then as if waiting. Then a sharp sound, the snapping of wood. This time it was close enough that I could tell it wasn't a deer's clumsy step. It was controlled. It sounded like someone deliberately breaking a branch. I froze, staring into the black beyond the flames. My eyes strained, but there was nothing but trees and shadows. The sound stopped again, but I could feel it. Whatever was there, it hadn't gone. The dragging noise followed, long, slow, brushing over the ground. It circled wider this time, moving through the brush. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I sat still, not daring to move, the firelight flickering over my hands. The dragging circled farther, then faded. I stayed awake again until the sky lightened. When dawn came, I searched the edges of the clearing. More pressed down ground, more marks where something or someone had walked slowly around in the night. That was the moment I decided I wasn't staying a third night. I didn't pack right away. I needed to breathe, to drink water and eat before hiking back. But the decision was firm in my mind. I couldn't explain what was out there, and I didn't want to find out. I broke down the tent carefully, packed my bag, and made sure nothing was left behind. As I lifted the pack onto my shoulders, I looked. I always thought camping alone would be the kind of thing that gave me peace. The kind of quiet where I could sit by a fire, listen to the trees, and let the world fade into background noise. For weeks, I had been stuck in the same routine. Wake up, drag myself through work, stare at screens, scroll through the same junk before bed. I kept telling myself I needed to reset, and I figured a few nights in the woods, just me and the tent, would help. I picked a place a couple of hours outside of town. Not an official campground, but somewhere people occasionally went for hunting or hiking. It was out near a section of forest that I had read about online. Not well known, but not completely untouched either. I packed heavy even though it was just me. Tent, sleeping bag, food sealed in bags, water, a small gas stove, a lantern, a good knife, a hatchet, and more batteries than I thought I'd need. I also had a large flashlight, one of those long ones that could be used to knock on something if I ever needed to. When I parked my car on the side of a dirt path and stepped out, the air felt different, cooler and still. No traffic sounds, no planes overhead, no chatter of people. Just trees, wind, and the occasional call of a bird deeper in the woods. The hike to where I planned to set up wasn't far, maybe a mile. I found a clearing that looked good, flat ground, enough space for a tent, and surrounded by trees thick enough to block wind but open enough that I could see the sky. I pitched the tent slowly, carefully, making sure every peg was solid. I laid my sleeping bag inside, set up my lantern, and stacked my food in a small pack a short distance away to keep it from drawing animals into the tent. The first evening went how I wanted. I made a small fire, cooked noodles on the little stove, and watched the sun drop behind the trees. The forest darkened in slow motion, going from green to gray to black. The stars came out clearer than I had seen in years. I sat there, wrapped in a jacket, sipping on warm tea, and told myself I had made the right choice. It was peaceful in a way I had almost forgotten existed. When the fire burned low, I put it out carefully, scattered the embers, and crawled into my tent. The sound of leaves moving in the wind rocked me to sleep. The second day was calm too. I hiked a bit further out, followed a dry creek bed until I reached an area where the trees seemed older, taller, with trunks wider than my car. I found a spot with moss and sat there for a while, doing nothing but breathing in the smell of damp soil and pine. When I got back, I cooked again, read from a small paperback I had carried, and wrote a few notes in a small notebook about how calm I felt. It all seemed exactly how I wanted until that night. That night, As I was lying in my sleeping bag with the lantern off, I heard it. At first, I thought it was just an animal moving, a branch snapping, leaves crunching softly, but it wasn't the random sound of something foraging. It had rhythm to it like steps, slow, deliberate, one then a pause, another then a pause. It was faint, but in the silence of the forest, it carried clear. My body went stiff in the bag, every muscle tight. I told myself it could be a deer, or maybe a raccoon, something normal. I forced myself not to move. I listened. The steps went on for a few seconds, then stopped. Nothing, just the whisper of the wind again. I lay there for a long time, barely breathing, until finally I drifted into an uneasy sleep. When I woke in the morning, light was coming through the thin fabric of the tent. I unzipped it and stepped out. Everything was still there, untouched. Food pack intact, gear in place. The ground around the tent looked normal, no big tracks. For a second, I wondered if I had dreamed it. That day, I didn't wander as far. Something about the night before had settled into my chest like a weight. I stayed close to camp, gathered a little firewood, and kept myself busy. I ate early, cleaned up, and told myself tonight would be fine. The sounds of the woods were different after dark, though. Every crack in the brush pulled my attention. I sat by the fire until it was low, staring into the flames, and then finally put it out again. Crawling back into the tent felt less comforting that night, like I was zipping myself into something fragile. It started again not long after I shut the lantern off. The same kind of sound, steps. This time I sat up in the sleeping bag, heart hammering. The steps circled slowly, not close but not far either. I gripped the flashlight and just sat, waiting. After maybe half a minute, I clicked it on and pointed it at the fabric of the tent. No shadows. I unzipped the door fast and shined the light out. The beam cut through the trees, shaking slightly from my hand. Nothing, just branches, trunks, and a patch of clearing. I swept it left to right, held it still, and listened. The woods had gone silent. Too silent. Not even an insect sound. I forced myself to step out, turning in a circle with the flashlight. The clearing looked empty. No movement. No eyes reflecting in the light. My breath came hard and loud. After a while of circling and seeing nothing, I went back inside and zipped the tent again. Sleep didn't come easy. Every noise had me opening my eyes. Morning light felt like relief. Again, everything looked untouched. No tracks, no damage, no sign that anything had been near. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I thought about packing up and leaving, but pride made me stay. I told myself I was overthinking. I had come here for quiet, for escape, not to run from shadows in my head. So I stayed. That third day, I barely ate. My stomach felt knotted, my mouth dry. I wandered a short distance and thought I saw something. A shape between the trees, a darker patch of shade. But when I blinked, it was gone. I stayed out there for only a few minutes before heading back. I sharpened my hatchet, checked my knife, and kept my flashlight close. I kept glancing at the tree line, waiting to see something move. By night, my nerves were shot. I didn't light a fire this time, afraid of drawing attention. I just sat in the tent with the lantern dim, staring at the walls of fabric as if something might push against them. Hours passed in silence. At some point, exhaustion won, and my eyes closed. I woke to a sound so close it froze me cold. Not steps circling this time. It was right next to the tent. A slow drag of movement, like a hand brushing against nylon. Then nothing. My breath caught. I reached for the flashlight, thumb hovering over the switch. My hand shook. If I turned it on and something was there, I wasn't sure I wanted to see. I waited, every nerve burning. Minutes stretched. Finally, I clicked it on and shined it around inside the tent. Nothing. The fabric looked untouched. I wanted to open the flap and shine the light outside, but fear rooted me down. I sat awake the rest of the night, gripping the flashlight until my hand hurt. By dawn, I had made up my mind. I couldn't stay. Whatever was out there, whether it was a person or an animal or just my mind breaking down, I wasn't going to risk another night. I packed fast, shoved everything into my bag without care, collapsed the tent half-heartedly, and loaded up. The forest felt too quiet as I worked, like everything was holding its breath. When I slung the pack on my back and started moving toward where I left the car, every step felt like something was behind me. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees, expecting to see someone watching. When I finally reached the car and tossed my gear inside, I sat behind the wheel for a moment, shaking. My throat was dry, my eyes burned from lack of sleep. I looked back at the trailhead. Nothing moved, no sound, just trees. I turned the key, started the engine, and pulled away without looking back again. I don't know if it was a person out there, walking circles around me at night, keeping just far enough to stay out of sight, or if it was my own mind twisting ordinary sounds into something more. I'll never know, but I do know I won't camp alone again. The woods were supposed to bring peace, but all they left me with was the memory of those deliberate steps in the dark, circling, waiting, and never showing themselves. And sometimes, even now, when I'm lying awake at night in my own bed, I swear I hear the same thing. Slow, careful steps, moving just out of sight. I had always liked camping alone. Something about being out in the woods with only myself and the quiet made me feel alive. I wasn't out there for fun with friends, or to take photos, or even to prove anything. I just liked the stillness, the break from everything else. The trees, the rivers, the way the cold air felt in my lungs at night. That was enough for me. This trip was supposed to be simple. A 2-day camp, one night out by a small lake that I had marked out on the map weeks earlier. I had checked the weather, packed enough food, water, and a small stove. Nothing about it felt dangerous. I had done this before many times. I wasn't careless. I always carried a knife, bear spray, and made sure to follow the rules about food storage. But even with all that, I don't think anything could have prepared me for what happened. The trail in was longer than I expected. I left my car at the gravel lot in the morning, shouldered my pack, and walked. It started off easy, wide dirt paths, sunlight slipping through the pines. As the hours passed, the trees grew thicker and the path narrowed until it was little more than a faint line of trampled grass. I liked that. It meant fewer people came out here. The lake appeared in the late afternoon, tucked in a bowl of trees, its surface still and black like glass. I stood there for a while, catching my breath, watching dragonflies skim across the water. Everything was calm, quiet enough that I could hear my heartbeat. I picked a spot a little uphill from the shore, on level ground where the trees broke enough for a tent. Setting up camp was routine. Tent first, then I gathered wood for a fire. I boiled some water, ate a freeze-dried meal, and sat with my back against a log while the fire burned low. The air grew cooler as the sun dipped, crickets starting their noise. The smell of pine needles and smoke mixed in the air. I felt good, comfortable, like I had done this 100 times before. But when the dark finally swallowed the lake and the woods, that easy feeling began to slip. Nights in the forest are never quiet. They have their own kind of sound, one that makes you feel small if you listen too closely. Branches creak, leaves shift, sometimes things move that you can't see. I had told myself I liked that, but sitting there, with only the firelight keeping me from being swallowed whole by the black around me, I started to feel exposed. I packed my food into the bear canister I had brought, walked it far from camp, and set it under some brush where nothing could roll it away easily. I made sure everything else with a scent, trash, wrappers, even toothpaste, was sealed up too. I'd always been strict about that. By the time I crawled into the tent, zipped the flap shut, and laid down in my bag, the woods had gone colder. I could still hear the water lapping gently at the edge of the lake. It lulled me for a while, but the sleep I fell into wasn't deep. My ears stayed awake, catching every shift in the night. It was around then, maybe midnight, maybe later, that I first heard it. A sound too heavy to be a deer, too steady to be the wind. A slow thud, like weight pressing into the earth. Then another. My body went stiff in the bag, every sense wide awake. I told myself it could be an elk, or maybe just a branch falling. But the steps came again, closer this time. a shuffle of something brushing against leaves. Then the deep, low sound of breathing. I didn't move. I barely breathed myself. The sound circled the edge of camp, heavy, slow, like something big was deciding what to do. My mind screamed bear. I had read about this. You don't run, you don't startle it. Most times they pass through if you haven't tempted them with food. That's what I told myself over and over, while the weight of each step pressed into the dirt outside. At one point, the steps stopped just feet from the tent. I could hear it draw in air, slow and wet, like it was smelling. I stared at the nylon wall in front of my face, knowing that if it wanted, it could tear straight through. My knife was beside me, and the bear spray was in the corner pocket, but neither felt like real safety. If it came in, there wasn't much I could do. Minutes passed that felt like hours. Finally, the steps moved away, fading into the dark. I stayed awake the rest of the night, eyes wide open in the pitch black, counting each sound until the first gray light crept in. Morning didn't bring comfort. When I finally forced myself outside, the ground told the story. Tracks pressed deep into the dirt, wide and heavy, circling my tent, leading out toward the trees. The size of them made my stomach twist. It hadn't been a dream. I tried to shake it off. I had followed the rules. Maybe it had just been curious, checking the area before moving on. Bears didn't usually stick around if they didn't find food. That's what I repeated as I boiled water, drank coffee, and packed up some gear for a hike around the lake. But unease clung to me. Every crack of a branch in the distance made me freeze. Every shadow looked heavier, darker, like it might be hiding something. Still, the day went on without trouble. I made it back to camp by evening, sore but calmer, convincing myself I had just overreacted. That night, though, it came back. I hadn't even been asleep long when the sound started again. The same slow weight pressing into the dirt, the same deliberate steps circling camp. My chest pounded so hard I thought the sound would give me away. I clutched the bear spray in one hand, the knife in the other, sweat running cold down my back even though the air outside was freezing. This time, it stayed longer. It brushed against the tent once, a sound like rough fur dragging along the nylon. I bit down on my lips so hard it hurt, trying not to move. The air filled with its smell, heavy and musky, a sour scent that pushed deep into my nose. When the noise finally moved off again, I couldn't take it anymore. I waited until the quiet held for a long time, then I crawled out with my flashlight and looked around. The fire pit was cold, the woods were black, but the tracks were fresh in the dirt, bigger than anything I had ever seen in the wild. I didn't sleep again. I sat up the rest of the night, flashlight in hand, staring at the tree line, waiting for the slightest shift. Every nerve in me burned. By dawn, I made my decision. I was leaving. I didn't care how far the walk was. I didn't care how heavy the pack would feel. This wasn't just some chance encounter anymore. The bear wasn't passing through. It was circling me, watching, coming back. I packed fast, barely eating, barely thinking. I strapped everything to my back, checked that the bear spray was on my belt, and started down the trail as the sun came up. The forest felt different now. Every sound was a threat. Every step I took, I expected to hear another behind me. And then I did. The first break of branches made my blood run cold. I froze, listening. The sound came again, heavier, closer. I turned, and through the trees I saw it. A massive shape, dark fur, shoulders that looked impossibly wide. The bear was on the trail behind me, moving slow but steady, its head low. I didn't run, couldn't. My legs felt like stone. My chest screamed to bolt, but I knew better. I forced myself to keep walking, fast but not frantic, glancing back every few steps. I followed, not rushing, not charging, just following. The hours dragged like that, me pushing forward, my pack cutting into my shoulders, the bear never falling far behind. Sometimes I would lose sight of it through the trees, only to hear it again minutes later, the steady thud of its weight. It was watching me, hurting me. By the time the trailhead came into view, I was half dead from exhaustion, every muscle burning. But the sight of that empty gravel lot was the only thing that pushed me to keep moving. My car sat alone, glinting in the sun. I forced myself the last stretch, fumbling for my keys with shaking hands. When I turned for one last look, the bear had stopped at the edge of the trees, standing there watching, this dark shape against the green, silent, still. My whole body trembled as I slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. I started the engine and drove without looking back again. My hands clutched the wheel until the blood left them white. Even now, weeks later, I can still feel its eyes on me. The way it circled in the dark, the sound of it breathing outside thin nylon walls, the way it followed without rushing, patient, like it had all the time in the world. It never charged. It never had to. I made it out alive, but every time I close my eyes, I see that shape at the tree line, waiting. I had been waiting for weeks to get away from everything, to take a trip that would cut me off from people, from noise, from the constant pull of the city. I chose a random location on the map, a stretch of thick forest land a few hours' drive from where I lived. I had no real plan other than to drive until I couldn't go further, then park, hike in, and set up camp. It was the kind of impulsive thing I had never really done before, but at that point in my life I wanted silence and I wanted to test myself by being alone. The road narrowed the deeper I drove into the hills. The trees thickened on both sides, leaning toward the car until they felt like walls. I rolled down the windows, and the smell of damp soil and pine filled the air. It was still hot, the kind of late summer heat that clung to the skin, but under the canopy it was darker and cooler. My phone had lost signal long before the pavement turned into gravel. By the time the gravel thinned into a dirt track, I was entirely cut off. I drove until the road ended in a clearing barely wide enough to turn the car around. I killed the engine, and the silence pressed down heavy. I could hear the faint clicking of the engine cooling, a woodpecker hammering somewhere far off, and the occasional rustle of leaves. Everything else was still. I grabbed my backpack, my small tent, some food, and water and set out on foot. The trail wasn't marked, but the forest floor had been worn by deer and maybe the occasional hiker. I followed the path that seemed most open, winding between tall trees, climbing over exposed roots, ducking under branches. I had no real destination in mind, only to go far enough that I wouldn't hear a car or see a person. After about 2 hours of walking, I found a place that felt right. A sloping patch of ground flattened out into a clearing near a narrow creek. The water trickled slow, shallow but steady, lined with stones that glistened with moss. It was shaded but not so dense that I couldn't see the sky. I dropped my pack and looked around. I felt the first prick of unease then, the kind that comes not from danger but from realizing just how far I was from anyone else. The forest was endless in every direction. If something went wrong, there would be no one to hear me. That thought stayed at the back of my mind while I set up camp. The tent went up easy enough. I gathered wood from fallen branches, stacking it for later when I would make a fire. I filled a bottle from the creek and filtered it. The hours stretched on, quiet except for the occasional bird or the sound of something small moving through leaves. The solitude was what I had come for, but by late afternoon, it began to weigh heavier than I expected. I built a fire before it got dark. The orange light threw shadows across the clearing. I ate a meal from one of the sealed packs I had brought, washed it down with creek water, and sat staring at the flames. The forest noises changed as the sun went down. Birds went quiet. Insects grew louder. I could hear frogs near the water. And then, under all of it, other sounds I couldn't place. Cracks of branches. A faint thump like something heavy moving. I told myself it was deer, maybe raccoons. Could be anything. That night, I crawled into my tent, zipped the flap, and lay in the dark. The ground was uneven, and I could feel rocks under the thin padding of my mat. The heat lingered, and the air inside the tent felt thick. Couldn't sleep. My ears strained to catch every noise outside. At some point, I must have drifted because I woke to the sound of something distinct. A snapping branch. Closer this time. I held my breath and listened. Another crack, heavier, like the weight of a foot. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, but my chest tightened. My mind went to bears, though I hadn't seen any sign of them. I lay still for what felt like an hour until the noises faded, replaced by the endless drone of insects. When I finally slept, it was restless, filled with dreams of walking through the same forest and never finding my way out. The next morning came with a gray light filtering through the fabric of the tent. My fire had gone to ash. The ground was damp with dew. I stepped out and stretched, trying to shake the unease of the night. The clearing looked the same as it had the day before, nothing disturbed, but I couldn't stop myself from walking the edge, scanning the ground. That was when I saw it. In the soft dirt near the creek, there was a print. Not an animal, a boot. The tread was faint but clear, too big to be mine, and the angle showed it wasn't from when I walked there. It was fresh. My stomach dropped. I stood staring at it for a long time, waiting for some explanation to make sense. Maybe another hiker had come through, but I hadn't heard a voice, hadn't seen anyone. My car had been the only one at the end of the road. The print faced toward my camp. I spent the morning trying to convince myself it was nothing. I boiled water for coffee, ate a granola bar, and tried to ignore the way the trees seemed to press closer. But my eyes kept darting back to the dirt. The unease wouldn't leave. I decided to hike further, just to explore and to burn off the nerves. I followed the creek upstream, moving slow, marking trees with a small cut so I wouldn't get lost. The forest grew thicker. At times I had to squeeze between trunks or push through brush. The sun cut through in patches, lighting the ground in sharp shapes. After an hour or two, I turned back. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, hearing faint rustles that stopped when I did. When I returned to camp, nothing seemed out of place. But I knew what I had heard in the night, and I knew what I had seen by the creek. That evening, I built another fire. The flames didn't bring comfort this time. I sat close, scanning the dark beyond the glow. Every noise snapped my head around. By the time I got in my tent, I was wired, heart still thumping. The night stretched on. Couldn't sleep. At some point, I heard it again. The same deliberate crack of weight on wood. Then another. I froze. This time it wasn't distant. It was close. My throat went dry, and I forced myself not to move, not to make a sound. I could hear breathing outside. Slow, heavy. The tent fabric was thin, the only thing between me and whoever or whatever was there. My mind raced. I had no weapon other than a small knife. My heart pounded so loud I thought it would give me away. Then came the faint scrape of fabric, like fingers brushing against the side of the tent. I clenched the knife in my hand and stayed still, every muscle locked. Minutes dragged by. The sound faded. I lay awake until dawn, not daring to sleep. When the light came, I unzipped the tent slowly and stepped out. My stomach turned. In the dirt near the fire pit were more prints. Clearer this time. Boots moving around the camp. Whoever it was had been circling while I was inside. Panic set in then. My chest tightened, and every instinct screamed to leave. I packed fast, shoving gear into my bag. My hands shook as I collapsed the tent and stuffed it into its sack. I doused the fire with creek water, slinging mud onto the ashes. I started back the way I had come, following the rough trail. The forest felt different now, hostile. Every sound made me spin around. Branches snapped behind me more than once, but when I looked, there was nothing. It was hours before I reached the clearing where my car was parked. Relief washed over me at the sight of it, but it didn't last. The back hatch was open. My heart dropped. I knew I had locked it. I walked closer, slow, gripping the knife in my pocket. Inside, my gear was torn through, food bags ripped, a sleeping bag half pulled out, things tossed around. Whoever had been in the woods had gone through everything. I stood there in the heavy silence, the weight of it pressing on my chest. I had no proof of who it was, no face, no reason. Just the prints, the noises, the breathing in the dark. I threw my pack into the car, slammed the hatch, and got in. The keys shook in my hands as I started the engine. The road out was rough, every bump making my grip tighter on the wheel. I kept checking the mirror. half expecting to see someone step out onto the track behind me. But the forest stayed still. By the time I reached pavement, the sky was fading into evening. I drove until I saw lights, until I saw other people. Only then did the grip in my chest ease. Even now, the memory of it clings. The sound of slow breathing outside the thin fabric of my tent. The prints in the dirt where no one should have been. The way my car had been torn through. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't random. Someone had been there watching. And I know if I had stayed one more night, I might not have driven back out of those woods at all. I had always liked camping alone, though most people I knew couldn't understand why. For me, it was the only way to get my head quiet. No phone, no noise from cars, no TV or voices, just the sound of the woods and the wind. I liked to walk until I was tired, set up a small tent near water, cook something easy over a fire, and just sit there until night came. The idea of being deep in the woods, away from everyone, gave me a kind of calm I couldn't find anywhere else. But there was one trip I took that I will never forget. It was the last time I went camping alone, and I've never been able to shake the images of that night out of my head. It was in early fall. The air was cool but not cold, and the forest was filled with the smell of damp leaves and earth. I chose a spot in a stretch of woods I didn't know very well, a little farther out than I usually went. I had checked the area on a map before leaving, saw there were no nearby roads, and figured it was safe enough. It looked quiet and empty, which is exactly what I wanted. I packed my small tent, sleeping bag, some food, and my old hunting knife. I didn't bring a gun because I never thought I would need one. I wasn't going after animals, and I had never had trouble with anything bigger than a raccoon stealing scraps from my bag. By late afternoon, I found a spot that looked good. It was near a shallow creek that wound through the woods, not too rocky, and with a flat enough patch of ground to pitch my tent. I set everything up, gathered some wood, and by the time the sun dipped low, I had a small fire going. I cooked a bit of food, nothing fancy, and sat there listening to the creek. The forest got quiet fast once the light faded. I could hear insects buzzing, a few owls calling now and then, and the wind moving gently through the trees. It felt normal, the way it always did when I camped alone. I was tired from the hike and figured I would turn in early. I stoked the fire one last time, zipped up the tent, and lay down on my sleeping bag. For a while I lay awake, listening. I always did this the first night, just paying attention to the woods settling around me. At first, it was nothing unusual. Then, sometime past midnight, I heard something different. It wasn't the sound of a deer moving or the flutter of a bird. It was heavier, closer. It was footsteps, crunching through the leaves slowly, circling the edges of where I had set up. My chest tightened, but I told myself it was probably just a deer. Then I heard another sound, sharp and sudden. It was a bark, short, rough, and close enough to make me jump. I froze. A dog barking out in the woods at night wasn't something I expected. I listened harder, and after a moment there was another bark, a little farther off. Then a third, and this one was deeper, meaner. They weren't far from me at all. My mind started racing. These weren't coyotes. I knew what coyotes sounded like, high-pitched yips and howls. These were dogs, big ones, and there was more than one. I sat up in the tent, straining to hear. The barking came again, overlapping this time from at least 3 different places. My fire had burned low, and outside the tent the woods were almost completely dark. I thought maybe they belonged to someone, but there weren't supposed to be any houses or farms for miles. And these dogs didn't sound friendly. They weren't just barking. They were snarling between the barks, like they were worked up about something. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and peered out. My fire was just glowing embers now, barely lighting the clearing. The woods beyond were black. I couldn't see anything, but the barking was louder now, coming closer. I stepped out slowly, holding my knife, though I knew it wouldn't do much if a pack of dogs came at me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept turning in circles, trying to spot movement, but the trees made it impossible to see far. The barking stopped for a few seconds, and in that silence I could hear leaves crunching under paws. Then it started again, this time only 50 feet away, maybe less. It was a low, deep bark, followed by a growl. Another answered from the opposite side. I realized they were surrounding my camp. The hair on my neck stood up. I backed toward the fire pit and crouched near it. I grabbed one of the thicker branches I had set aside for burning, shoved the end into the embers until it caught flame, and held it out in front of me like a torch. I figured maybe the light and fire would keep them back. For a minute, the woods went quiet again. Then I saw two eyes shine from the dark between the trees. They were low to the ground, wide apart, and staring straight at me. Another pair of eyes appeared off to the left, then another behind them. My stomach twisted hard. There were at least 3, maybe more, and they were watching me. I shouted and waved the burning branch. The eyes didn't move. Then, from the dark, came a deep, rumbling growl that made every muscle in me tense. These weren't lost pets wandering the woods. These were feral dogs, wild, and they weren't afraid of me. They were hungry. The first one stepped out of the trees, a large, dark shape with matted fur. Its teeth flashed white in the dim firelight as it snarled. Another came out to the left, leaner, with ribs showing under its coat. The third circled farther back, staying low. They looked nothing like the dogs people keep in yards. These looked hard, beaten by life, and dangerous. My hand was slick with sweat on the knife handle, and the burning branch crackled in my other hand as I waved it. I thought about running, but I knew that was the worst thing I could do. They would chase me down before I got far. My only chance was to hold them off until maybe they lost interest. But that hope felt thin. They were edging closer, teeth bared, growls rolling deep in their throats. I shouted again, louder this time, and jabbed the torch at the closest one. It stopped for a second, ears back, but then stepped forward again. The other 2 fanned out wider, trying to flank me. My mind was racing through every detail I could think of. I remembered reading once that packs of feral dogs can be more dangerous than wolves because they lose their fear of people. They'll hunt anything, even humans, if they're desperate enough. I couldn't believe I was standing there, in the middle of the woods, about to be torn apart by dogs. But it was happening, and every second they closed in tighter. I backed toward my tent, keeping the fire between us as much as I could. The dogs circled, their eyes locked on me. One lunged suddenly, snapping its jaws inches from my leg before I swung the burning branch at it. The flame brushed its fur and it yelped, darting back, but the others didn't move. If anything, they grew bolder. The lean one darted in from the side, teeth snapping, and I slashed at it with the knife. I felt the blade glance off its shoulder, just a shallow cut, but it yelped and jumped back into the shadows. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would burst. I knew I couldn't keep this up all night. The firewood was running low, and my arm was shaking from holding the torch out. The dogs weren't giving up, and more could have been out there in the dark waiting. I thought about climbing a tree, but there wasn't one close enough I could reach without turning my back on them. My tent was useless now. It only trapped me in fabric. The creek behind me was shallow, nothing to hide in. I was running out of options fast. I grabbed my backpack, fumbling through it while keeping the torch pointed at the closest dog. My hands shook as I dug out the small pot of leftover food I hadn't eaten. I threw it as far as I could into the trees. The tin clattered, and for a moment 2 of the dogs broke off and ran toward the sound. The big one stayed, growling low, eyes fixed on me. I waved the torch again, my throat dry, my whole body shaking. After a few seconds, the others came back, ignoring the food. They had only one thing they wanted now, and it was me. The night stretched on like that, every second feeling like an hour. The dogs circled, tested me, lunged close enough that I could smell their hot breath and see their teeth flash. I swung the branch until the flame died down to a smoking stick. I shoved it back into the embers, trying to get it lit again, but the fire was nearly out. Panic clawed at me. Without the flame, I had nothing to keep them back. I threw a few last sticks on the coals, sparks rising weakly, but it wasn't enough. The glow lit their eyes as they closed in, slower now, patient. I thought I was finished right there, But then something changed. From far off in the woods, I heard a sharp sound. Another dog barking. But this one was different. It wasn't wild. It was high-pitched, quick, like a smaller dog. The pack froze, ears up, heads turning toward the sound. The barking came again, closer this time, and then I heard shouting faint in the distance. Real shouting, human voices, carrying through the trees. My chest tightened with sudden hope. The pack turned as one, growled low, and then slipped back into the dark, melting into the woods as fast as they had come. I stood there shaking, gripping the knife so hard my hand hurt. The woods went silent again except for the distant barking and voices. My legs felt like water, but I forced myself to stay still. I had been planning a solo camping trip for months, telling myself that I needed to step away from the noise of work and the weight of being around people all the time. I wanted to be alone, deep in the woods, somewhere far enough that I couldn't hear cars, trains, or even see power lines. I had been camping before, but never by myself. Every other time I had gone with friends or family, and the safety in numbers made everything easier. But now I wanted to try it differently. I thought being alone out there would clear my head and make me feel something real again. I chose a spot that wasn't a public campground. I had been studying maps and satellite images for weeks, trying to find a secluded area where I could hike in a few miles, set up a small camp, and stay for a few nights without running into anyone. I finally picked a stretch of forest in a state park where backcountry camping was allowed but not common. It was thick with trees, ridges, and creeks. From what I read, black bears were known to roam the area, and there were reports of mountain lions, though rare. I told myself that if I stored my food correctly and stayed aware, I would be fine. The day I set out, the air was heavy with late summer heat. I parked my truck on the edge of a gravel pull-off and locked it up. The trail wasn't marked, so I followed a deer path, using my GPS watch to keep track of where I was headed. My backpack dug into my shoulders as I climbed a ridge and pushed deeper into the woods. The smell of pine needles, damp earth, and old leaves wrapped around me. Everything was quiet, except for the occasional sound of insects buzzing or a woodpecker hammering in the distance. After a few hours of steady hiking, I found a spot near a small creek that looked perfect. There was a patch of flat ground just above the waterline, with enough trees to hang my food bag from and enough open space for my tent. I dropped my pack, wiped the sweat from my face, and took a deep breath. It felt good to be away from everything. I set up my tent and unrolled my sleeping bag inside. The creek trickled nearby, giving off a constant sound of moving water that felt calming. I cooked a simple meal with my small stove, ate, and cleaned everything carefully. I stored my food and trash in a dry bag and tied it high in a tree, making sure it was far from camp. The sun dropped low, and the forest changed. Daytime noises faded, replaced by the hum of crickets and the occasional sharp call of something hidden in the trees. The first night passed without much happening. I woke up once to pee and noticed how black the woods were, the kind of dark where even your hand in front of your face seemed to vanish. I thought I heard something splash in the creek, but when I aimed my flashlight, there was nothing there. I reminded myself that animals passed through all the time and went back to sleep. The next day, I hiked around, not carrying my pack, just exploring. The ridges stretched on and on, covered in thick trees and underbrush. I followed the creek upstream for a while, where the ground grew marshy in spots, and I saw tracks in the mud. Most of them were deer, but I stopped when I saw prints that were larger, rounder. At first, I thought maybe they were from a dog someone had walked here long ago, but the shape was wider, and there were clear claw marks. I crouched down and pressed my hand beside one. It was almost as big as my hand. I stared at it for a while, realizing it was a bear print. That night, when I returned to camp and made dinner, I couldn't stop thinking about those tracks. I double-checked my food bag, making sure it was high enough and tied tight. I cleaned everything twice and even moved the bag farther from my tent. Still, as the night set in and the forest grew silent except for the creek, I felt uneasy. Every snap of a branch made my body tense. I eventually drifted to sleep, but it wasn't deep. At some point, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. The sound was heavy, deliberate. It wasn't the flutter of a bird or the light steps of a deer. This was slower, heavier. My ears sharpened, and my heart started to pound. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, staring at the thin nylon wall of my tent. The steps circled my camp. I reached for my flashlight and slowly, carefully, unzipped the side of the tent just enough to peek out. I swept the beam across the dark, and my stomach dropped. A pair of eyes glowed back at me from the edge of the trees. They were low to the ground, wide apart, reflecting white. The body around them was massive, a dark shape I could barely make out. It huffed, and the sound was deep and heavy, like air being forced through wet lungs. It was a bear. I killed the light instantly and sat frozen. The animal sniffed the air, walked slowly around the camp, and then stopped near the tree where I had hung my food. I could hear it stretching upward, the sound of claws scraping bark. My throat felt dry, and every instinct screamed for me to run, but I forced myself to stay still. After what felt like an eternity, the sound faded. I didn't sleep again that night. The morning light made everything feel safer. Birds were chirping, and the woods looked calm. I stepped out of my tent slowly, checking all around me. The dirt near the tree was torn up, and claw marks scored the bark. My food bag was still there, hanging, but the knot had been shredded, and the bottom of the bag was ripped. Some of my food was gone. I stood there staring at the damage, realizing how close it had come. I thought about leaving right then, but pride and stubbornness kept me. I told myself that as long as I was careful, I could stick it out. I spent the day staying close to camp, making noise whenever I moved around, and trying to act like everything was normal. But inside, I was wound tight. The third night was worse. I barely ate anything, afraid that cooking would draw more attention. I kept the fire small and put it out early. I lay in my tent listening to the night sounds, every muscle tense. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. The slow, heavy steps, the sound of branches moving. My body stiffened as it drew closer. This time, it didn't just circle, came right up to the tent. I could hear its breathing, deep and steady. The nylon pressed inward as it brushed against the side. My whole body trembled. I grabbed the bear spray I had kept near me, holding it tight, ready to use it. The animal lingered, sniffing, pacing around me. At one point, I felt a heavy thud as it put its weight against the tent pole. I thought it would collapse in on me. I stayed awake until dawn, gripping the spray, listening to it move in and out of camp through the night. When daylight finally came, I unzipped the tent and stepped out. My camp looked disturbed, branches broken, the ground stamped with prints. My food bag was completely gone, torn from the tree. Shreds of plastic and wrappers lay scattered in the dirt. That was the breaking point. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed up quickly, stuffing everything into my backpack. My chest was tight, and I kept looking over my shoulder. I felt eyes on me the whole time. As I started back toward where my truck was parked, the woods felt different. The silence was heavy, unnatural. I kept moving, my pace quick, but I couldn't shake the thought that I was being followed. Every so often, I heard a crack of a branch behind me, the swish of something moving through underbrush. My hands gripped the straps of my pack tighter. I didn't want to turn around, afraid of what I might see, but I couldn't help it. Once, when I glanced back, I thought I caught sight of something dark between the trees, moving parallel to me. The hike back felt endless. The weight of my pack dug into my shoulders, and sweat stung my eyes, but I didn't stop. I pushed harder, ignoring the ache in my legs. At one point, the sounds behind me grew louder, closer. I broke into a jog, my breath ragged, crashing through brush. My heart hammered as the trail opened up finally into the clearing where I had parked. The sight of my truck nearly brought me to tears. I threw my pack into the bed and scrambled into the cab, slamming the doors shut and locking them. For a moment, I sat there gripping the wheel, breathing hard, staring at the tree line. The woods were quiet, still, as if nothing had been there at all. I started the engine and drove away, gravel spitting under the tires. Only when I hit the paved road did I let out a long, shaking breath. That night, when I was back home, safe in my bed, I lay awake replaying everything. The sounds of its breathing, the way it pressed against the tent, the torn food bag. I realized how unprepared I had been, how fragile I was out there. People like to think they own the wilderness, but they don't. Out there, you're just another animal, and if you're careless, you become part of the food chain. I haven't gone camping alone since. I had been planning a solo camping trip for weeks. I wanted to get away from the noise of the city, the constant hum of traffic, and the endless cycle of screens and lights. I needed the quiet of the woods, the fresh air, and the sense of being small again under tall trees. I chose a remote spot near the edge of a national forest, a place that didn't get many visitors. It was far enough from the main trails that I knew I would have privacy, but still within hiking distance from my car in case I needed to leave quickly. I had read about the area online, and everything I saw said it was quiet, safe, and beautiful. The drive out took several hours. As the road narrowed and the trees thickened, I felt that familiar shift in my chest, the one that came when the modern world started to fall away and I entered wild country. I rolled the windows down to breathe the cool pine-scented air, and I could hear birds echoing through the trees even from the car. The forest seemed endless, layer after layer of green, with shadows that felt deep and old. By the time I parked my car on the gravel pull-off, I felt like I was on the edge of something bigger than myself. I loaded my backpack carefully. I had packed light but thorough: tent, sleeping bag, pad, food in sealed bags, small cooking pot, stove, plenty of water, a filter, flashlight, bear spray, knife, extra clothes, and a small first aid kit. I had checked the weather and it was supposed to be clear, maybe cold at night, but no rain. I shouldered the weight, locked the car, and started walking down the faint trail that led toward the stream where I planned to camp. The hike was not long, maybe an hour at most, but it took me through quiet woods where the light filtered down in broken patterns. The forest floor was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled of resin and earth. I saw no one. No boot prints in the soil, no signs of fires or recent camps. It was perfect. I found my spot near the stream, on a flat patch of ground a few yards away from the water. The sound of the stream was constant, a soft rush that made the silence less sharp. I set up my tent carefully, staked it down, rolled out my sleeping bag, and stacked my food in a sealed container away from camp. I had read enough to know not to keep food inside the tent. Bears were always a possibility, even if you didn't see them. I felt confident though because I was careful and respectful. I thought I had done everything right. The first day was calm. I gathered some wood for a small fire, cooked a simple meal, and sat by the water watching the light change as the sun lowered. The forest was alive with small movements. Squirrels darted along branches. Birds flitted overhead. A breeze moved the tops of the trees, and I could hear the groan of old trunks bending. The peace of it settled into me, and I stretched out by the fire, letting the warmth soak into my skin as the air grew cold. When night came, it came fast. The last light drained away, and the woods became a wall of black around the small circle of my fire. I let it burn down low, then put it out completely before crawling into the tent. The ground was hard, the air colder than I expected, but I felt safe in my little shelter. I zipped myself in, listened to the stream, and drifted into uneasy sleep. Sometime in the night, I woke to a sound. It was faint at first, so faint I thought it was part of a dream. A soft crunch of leaves, slow and deliberate. I lay still, listening. The forest was otherwise quiet. Then it came again, closer this time. A weight pressing on the ground, moving step by step. My heart started to pound as I realized something was walking near my tent. I told myself it could be a deer. The woods were full of them, and they moved quietly at night. But the steps were heavy, too heavy. They crunched with weight, like something larger than a deer. I lay frozen, staring at the thin fabric wall of my tent, watching the shadows shift with the faint light of the moon outside. Then I heard the sound of breathing. Deep, slow, heavy breaths, pulling in air and letting it out in a low rumble. My stomach turned cold. I knew then it was a bear. The air inside the tent felt too thin. My chest rose and fell quickly as I tried not to make a sound. The bear moved closer, brushing against the tent lightly. The nylon wall pressed in as something large passed by. I could smell it now, a musky, pungent odor mixed with the smell of dirt and wild fur. It stopped near my food container, which I had set 30 feet away from the tent. I heard it snuffling, grunting, pawing at the ground. The noise went on for what felt like forever. I gripped the small can of bear spray I had inside the tent, my hands sweating around it, though I knew spraying it inside the tent would choke me just as much as it might scare the bear. I stayed still, my muscles screaming to move, but I forced myself to remain frozen. At last, the sounds drifted away. The steps grew softer, then faded completely. The night became quiet again except for the stream. I stayed awake until dawn, my body tense and aching, every sound outside making me jump. When light finally filled the forest, I crawled out of the tent. My container was overturned, scratched, dented. The bear had tried to get in but failed. I saw claw marks in the dirt, large prints pressed deep. My skin prickled at the size of them. The bear had been huge. I thought about packing up and leaving then, but pride and stubbornness kept me there. I told myself it had been just a passing encounter, the kind of thing that happens in wild country. If I stayed alert, I would be fine. I cooked breakfast quickly, kept my gear organized, and decided to hike further up the trail for the day. The forest was beautiful in the daylight. I hiked higher, following ridges and valleys, breathing the sharp, clean air. I saw no signs of the bear, no fresh tracks. The encounter from the night before started to feel distant, like a dream I had exaggerated in my mind. I returned to camp tired but calm, cooked another meal, and sat by the stream again. The sunset lit the trees in deep gold, and the water glowed with the fading light. But when darkness came again, so did the unease. I crawled into the tent, zipped it shut, and lay there listening. The forest was alive with sounds I hadn't noticed before. Cracks of branches, distant calls, rustles in the undergrowth. Every one of them made my heart jump. I must have dozed, because when I woke the second night, the bear was back. This time, the sounds were louder, closer, more direct. Heavy steps circled my camp. The bear huffed and grunted, pushing at things, snapping branches. My food container was banged again, dragged slightly across the ground. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, the can of spray clutched so tight in my hand my fingers ached. The bear moved toward the tent. The wall bowed inward as it sniffed close, the sound of its breathing rattling through the thin fabric. I thought it might rip the tent open. My pulse thundered in my ears. Sweat poured down my face though the air was freezing. The bear pressed against the tent, testing it. I could feel its weight, the mass of its body. I stayed still, not daring to move, barely daring to breathe. After what felt like hours, it moved away again. It lingered at the edge of camp, pacing, then slowly drifted back into the forest. By dawn, I had made my decision. I could not stay another night. The bear was not just passing through. It had found me, found my camp, and now it was coming back. Each night it grew bolder, and sooner or later it would not leave. I packed quickly, shoving gear into my backpack, double-checking nothing was left behind. The forest felt different now. The same trees and stream were there, but they felt heavy, watchful. Every sound in the underbrush made me snap my head around. I strapped the bear spray to my belt, shouldered the pack, and started back down the trail toward the car. The trail felt longer than before. My legs burned as I pushed faster, my eyes scanning constantly. I saw more tracks now, fresher, larger. The bear had been walking the same trail. I could feel it. Halfway back, I heard it. A crash in the trees behind me, heavy steps moving fast. My stomach dropped and I broke into a run. The pack bounced on my shoulders, every muscle screaming, but I didn't stop. The sounds grew louder, branches snapping, the ground shaking. I fumbled for the bear spray, yanking it free as I ran. The trail twisted and dipped, roots catching at my feet. I burst into a clearing and spun around, spray can raised, my chest heaving. The bear stopped at the edge of the trees. It was massive, its dark fur bristling, its head low, eyes fixed on me. It huffed, pawed the ground, then stepped forward. I raised the can, finger on the trigger, ready to spray. My hand shook, but I held it steady. The bear froze, staring. For a long moment, neither of us moved. My arms ached, my lungs burned, but I held my ground. Finally, the bear huffed again, turned slightly, and lumbered back into the trees. The forest swallowed it. I stood shaking, legs weak, tears stinging my eyes. My body wanted to collapse. I had been looking forward to a quiet camping trip for months. I had piled up vacation days, packed my gear, checked and rechecked every piece of equipment I owned. I wanted to get away from the noise of my neighborhood, from the pressure of work, and just spend time alone in the woods where I could clear my head. I picked a state forest I had never been to before, one that was farther away than my usual spots. It looked perfect on the map. Long trails, streams cutting through valleys, dense tree lines, and not many visitors according to the park website. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive took me most of the afternoon. I had my cooler wedged behind my seat, a backpack stuffed with clothes and cooking gear, and my tent folded neatly in the trunk. The roads narrowed the deeper I went, and by the time I passed the last gas station, I could already feel that kind of quiet you only find when you leave everything behind. There were fewer houses, then no houses at all, just walls of trees and the smell of pine slipping in through the vents. I reached the trailhead around 5 in the evening. The small gravel lot had only 2 other cars in it, which gave me a strange feeling because I expected to see at least a few people coming and going. I killed the engine, shouldered my pack, and set off down the main path. My plan was to hike a few miles in before setting up camp. The air was heavy and damp. Bugs swarmed near my ears, and the sound of them mixed with the crunch of my boots against the dirt. I noticed how quickly the forest seemed to swallow me. Within minutes, the parking lot felt miles away. The trees stood tall, thick trunks with bark scarred from age, and above me the branches tangled together to block out most of the sky. Sunlight slipped through in sharp beams, lighting patches of moss and fallen leaves. I kept a steady pace, taking sips of water and listening. That was one thing I always did when hiking alone. I paid close attention to sound. I liked to know if I heard footsteps, rustling, or movement that wasn't mine. Most of the time it was just squirrels or birds, but I had a habit of staying alert. After about 3 miles, I found a small clearing near a stream. The ground was soft but even, and I could see enough open sky that it wouldn't feel too suffocating. I dropped my pack and set up my tent. The fabric snapped as I drove the stakes into the dirt, and I unrolled my sleeping bag across the thin pad inside. I set up a small camp chair by the stream and pulled out some food. By the time I finished eating, the sun was already fading behind the ridge. The forest grew darker in uneven waves, shadows stretching, sounds shifting from daytime chirps to the croaks and rattles of night. I gathered a small pile of wood, built a fire in the ring of rocks someone else had left behind, and sat staring into the flames. At first, I felt that peace I had been craving. Just the fire crackling, the smell of smoke, the faint gurgle of water behind me. But after a while, I began to notice how quiet the forest around me had become. Too quiet. I had camped enough times to know the usual patterns. At night, frogs, crickets, and owls filled the air. Here, there were long stretches of silence, like something had shut everything else up. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the sound of my fire was masking smaller noises, or maybe the wildlife here behaved differently. Still, I couldn't shake that unsettled feeling. My eyes kept drifting past the flames into the dark wall of trees. When I finally crawled into my tent, I left the fire burning low. Inside, I zipped my bag around me and tried to relax, but every few minutes I heard something faint outside. Not twigs snapping or heavy footsteps, but small shifts, like something moving slow through the brush. I held my breath, listening harder, but then it would stop. The hours dragged. I barely slept. Every time I drifted off, I woke again, heart pounding, convinced I had heard something brushing against the nylon walls of my tent. At one point, I thought I heard soft movement in the stream, like water splashing under weight. I gripped the small knife I kept by my side, sweating in the cool night air. When dawn finally came, I felt drained. My eyes burned, and my limbs felt heavy. I crawled out of the tent and looked around. The forest looked normal in daylight, calm and harmless, the stream sparkling under the rising sun. There was no sign that anything had been there. My fire was just ash and blackened wood. I tried to shake it off and spent the morning hiking further up the trail with only a small day pack. The scenery was beautiful. Tall ridges, open meadows, fallen logs covered in moss. I found a point overlooking a deep valley and sat there for a long time, eating a snack and breathing in the quiet. For a while, I forgot about the night. But when I returned to camp, something felt wrong. I noticed it as soon as I stepped into the clearing. My tent looked different. The front flap was unzipped halfway down. I was sure I had closed it completely before leaving. I froze, staring at it, trying to convince myself I had forgotten. But I knew I hadn't. I never left my tent open when I hiked away from camp. I walked slowly, scanning the ground. There were faint marks in the dirt, not clear footprints, but smudges and crushed leaves leading near the tent. My chest tightened as I crouched down and peered inside. Everything looked about the same: my bag, my clothes, my lantern. Nothing obvious was missing, but the fact that it had been disturbed at all made me uneasy. I spent the rest of the afternoon jumpy, glancing over my shoulder, straining my ears. When night came again, I didn't light the fire. I thought maybe it had drawn attention the first time, so I ate cold food and sat in the dark, listening. The forest came alive in ways it hadn't before. I could hear faint movement, almost constant, circling. Leaves brushing against each other, weight shifting on dirt. Not heavy steps, but light ones, like someone trying to move quietly. My throat felt dry, and I sat gripping my knife, every muscle tense. Hours passed like that. I thought about unzipping my tent and yelling, trying to scare whatever was away. But I kept still. The noises would fade, then return from another angle, as if circling me. At some point, I must have dozed off, because when I opened my eyes, the sun was pushing through again. This time, I didn't waste time. I stuffed my bag, collapsed the tent, and packed everything as fast as I could. My hands shook as I shoved gear into my pack without caring about order. I wanted to be back at the trailhead, back at my car. But as I hiked, that feeling of being watched followed me. I stopped several times, turning fast, trying to catch something behind me, but there was never anything clear, just the sound of wind in the trees or the faintest rustle too far back to see. When I finally saw the gravel of the parking lot through the trees, my relief almost made me stumble. I hurried to my car, dumped my pack in the trunk, and locked myself inside before starting the engine. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the tree line. But the road stayed empty, just the forest swallowing itself back up. I never found out who or what was out there. Maybe it was just another camper wandering too close. Maybe it was someone living off the grid, curious about me. Or maybe it was someone who had worse intentions and just didn't get the chance. All I know is I will never camp alone that deep again. The peace I had been searching for never came. What I found instead was silence that pressed too close, movement that never showed its face, and the reminder that out in the woods, far from anyone else, you never really know who might be watching. I had always thought camping alone would be peaceful. I imagined quiet nights under the stars, the smell of pine trees, the crackle of a fire, and the freedom to move at my own pace without worrying about anyone else. That was the picture I had in my head when I packed my gear and drove out into the hills one weekend. I didn't expect it to turn into one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. The place I chose wasn't far from where I lived, but it was remote enough that I wouldn't run into other campers. It was a stretch of forest with tall, thick trees and long trails that wound deeper into the hills. I had read that hunters used the area in the colder months, but this was late summer, so I thought it would be empty. That was what I wanted: silence, space, time to clear my mind. I reached the spot in the late afternoon. I had walked about 2 miles from where I parked my car along a rough dirt road. The air was still, the trees swaying slightly, and the sun was dipping low but still bright enough to see clearly. I picked a place just off the trail, flat enough to pitch my tent but also surrounded by dense woods on 3 sides. I wanted privacy. I set up my tent, unrolled my sleeping bag inside, and gathered a pile of branches for a fire. By the time I had everything in place, the sun was nearly down. I cooked some simple food over the fire and sat there eating as the night closed in around me. The forest grew darker by the minute, the sky shifting from deep blue to black. The only light was from my small fire and the weak beam of my flashlight that I kept beside me. At first, everything was peaceful, just as I had imagined. I listened to the fire crackle and the faint sounds of crickets and frogs. The air smelled of smoke and damp earth. I leaned back against a log, tired but calm. It was when the fire began to die down that I noticed something. At first, I thought it was just the usual creaks and pops that come with the woods at night. But as I sat there, I realized the sound was different. It was a steady crunching noise, like footsteps on dry leaves. It came from somewhere behind my tent, out in the trees where the firelight didn't reach. I froze, listening carefully. The noise stopped. I told myself it could be a deer or some other animal moving through the forest. That was normal, but there was something about the sound that bothered me. It had a rhythm to it, too steady to be an animal wandering. It sounded more like someone walking. I waited, holding my breath, staring into the dark line of trees. After a minute, I heard it again. Slow steps moving closer. My heart began to pound. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it toward the trees. The beam cut through the dark, lighting up branches and trunks, but I didn't see anything. The noise stopped again as soon as the light hit. I stood up, suddenly aware of how far I was from anyone. My car was miles away, and I hadn't seen another person the entire day. The woods were silent again, the only sound the faint hiss of my dying fire. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it really was just an animal, maybe even the sound of branches shifting in the wind. But there was no wind. The air was completely still. I added more wood to the fire to keep the area lit. I didn't want to sit in the dark. For the next hour, I stayed near the fire, eyes fixed on the trees, listening for anything. Nothing came. Slowly, I started to relax again, convincing myself I was overreacting. When I finally crawled into my tent, I left the fire burning low outside. I zipped the flap closed and lay down in my sleeping bag. The ground was hard, but I was exhausted, and eventually, my eyes grew heavy. Sometime in the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. Then I realized it was because I had heard something. Not loud, but close. It was the faint rip of fabric, or maybe the sound of something brushing against the nylon of my tent. I froze in place, heart hammering. My ears strained in the dark silence. I heard it again, a light scraping noise, right outside the thin wall of fabric that separated me from the night. I slowly reached for the flashlight beside me. My hand shook as I clicked it on, flooding the inside of the tent with harsh white light. I waited, listening. The noise stopped immediately. I wanted to unzip the tent and shine the light outside, but something in me refused. I just lay there, gripping the flashlight, staring at the fabric walls. After what felt like forever, I finally gathered the courage to unzip the flap just a few inches and peek out. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. Beyond them, the forest was pitch black. My flashlight beam swept over the clearing, the trees, the ground around my tent. Nothing. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting upright in my sleeping bag, listening for any movement. Every small crack or rustle made me jump. The darkness outside seemed endless, pressing in from all sides. When dawn finally came, I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the pale light. The air was cool and damp, the grass wet with dew. I looked around carefully, scanning the ground near my tent. That was when I noticed them, marks in the dirt, faint but clear. Footprints. They weren't mine. They were larger, heavier, pressed deep into the soft soil around my campsite. They circled the tent, some leading off into the trees. I stood there, my stomach twisting. Someone had been walking around my camp while I was asleep. The noise I heard in the night hadn't been my imagination. The thought made my skin crawl. I was alone, miles from anyone, and someone had come into my campsite in the middle of the night without saying a word. I packed my gear quickly, stuffing everything into my bag, my hands shaking the entire time. I didn't bother cooking breakfast. I just wanted to leave. The hike back to the car felt longer than before. Every sound in the woods made me flinch. Every shadow between the trees seemed like it could be hiding someone. I kept looking behind me, certain I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. When I finally reached the dirt road and saw my car, I felt a wave of relief. But as I got closer, I stopped cold. There were more footprints in the dust around my car. They led up to the windows, around the back, even across the hood. Whoever it was had been there too. I unlocked the door with trembling hands, threw my pack into the back seat, and climbed in. I locked the doors immediately. The inside of the car felt safer, but only barely. My skin prickled with the sense that I was being watched. I started the engine and drove fast down the road, not looking back. My chest was tight, my throat dry. I didn't slow down until I reached the main highway, where other cars passed by, and I felt like I was finally back in the world of people. For days after, I couldn't shake the feeling. At night, I kept hearing the sound of footsteps in my head, steady and deliberate, circling closer. I thought about the footprints around my tent, about the ones by my car. Whoever it was had been right there, watching me, moving silently through the dark. I never went back to that forest. I never camped alone again. What scared me most wasn't what I saw, but what I didn't see. Whoever was out there didn't want to be found. They didn't speak, didn't make their presence known except through those quiet steps in the dark. They had the chance to approach me, to show themselves, but they didn't. They just watched, and that thought has stayed with me ever since. I had always liked the idea of camping alone. Most people thought it was strange or reckless, but to me it was the one way I could truly feel removed from the noise of my daily life. No phones, no screens, no constant interruptions. Just myself, the woods, and enough time to let the silence crawl in and settle. I had camped alone before, though not too far from marked trails or populated campsites. This time, I wanted something deeper, something that would push me out of my comfort zone. I had been studying maps for weeks before I settled on a location. It was an old stretch of forest, not an official campsite, but public land that people sometimes used for hunting or long hikes. The area had a few rough trails, but nothing marked, and I liked that. There was a small stream running through the valley, surrounded by ridges, with enough tree cover to keep me concealed. I planned to be out there for 3 nights, which would be long enough to feel the weight of isolation without being completely cut off. Packing had been methodical. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, food sealed in airtight containers, a hatchet, headlamp, extra batteries, water filter, and a large hunting knife I rarely used but always carried. I even brought a small notebook to write down thoughts, since I knew the nights would stretch out endlessly without distraction. I thought of everything, or at least I believed I did. The first day went smoothly. I parked my truck on the shoulder of a rough service road and hiked in. The weight of the pack bit into my shoulders, but the rhythm of my steps carried me deeper into the forest. The further I went, the quieter it became. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves, the buzz of insects, and the distant calls of birds I couldn't name. I felt calm, focused, and eager. By late afternoon, I found a clearing near the stream and set up my tent. I gathered wood, boiled water, and ate a simple meal. When darkness came, I sat outside and let my eyes adjust. The night was thick, almost heavy, with only the faint movement of treetops visible against the lighter shade of the sky. My fire burned low. I could hear the water running and the occasional crack of branches far away. Everything was normal, the way it should be. It was that first night, though, when something shifted. I had crawled into my sleeping bag and was nearly asleep when I heard a sound. It wasn't a normal sound of the woods, like an animal scurrying or branches swaying. It was something sharper, deliberate. It sounded like footsteps, not close, not right outside, but off in the trees. The steps were uneven, crunching through dry leaves in a pattern that didn't match the movements of deer or smaller animals. I froze, listening. The steps came, then paused. Came again, then stopped. I tried to steady my breathing. At first, I told myself it had to be a deer or maybe even a raccoon dragging something. But it wasn't. The rhythm was too human. After a while, it stopped altogether, leaving me with the pounding in my ears. I told myself it was nothing, forced my eyes shut, and eventually drifted off. The next morning, I woke uneasy. Sunlight broke through the trees, and for a moment I laughed at myself for being jumpy. Still, the memory lingered. I walked around the area, scanning the ground, and that's when I noticed it. Not far from my tent, maybe 20 yards off, the leaves had been disturbed. There was an imprint that looked too clean, too sharp to be random. It resembled the edge of a boot sole. I crouched and traced it with my fingers, feeling the slight depression in the soil. The earth was soft enough to catch a print, but the edges were already fading. I told myself it could have been my own. Maybe I had circled wider than I remembered the day before while looking for firewood. I wanted to believe that, so I pushed it aside. I cooked breakfast, filtered more water, and set out for a long walk along the stream to explore. The woods stretched endlessly, and as I followed the bends of the stream, I felt both lost and grounded at the same time. Hours slipped by as I moved slowly, stopping to rest, scribbling a note or two in my notebook about how quiet the place felt. When I finally turned back, the shadows were already stretching, and I quickened my pace to get back before dark. That second night, I built the fire higher. The orange light flickered across the trees, and I found myself glancing too often into the darkness. I had the sense that if I stared long enough, I might see something standing there. The woods at night have a way of tricking the eyes, of turning shadows into figures. I tried not to let my imagination run away, but when I finally doused the fire and zipped into my tent, I kept my knife within reach. It happened again. The same sound, the same pattern of steps. This time it was closer. I lay perfectly still, every muscle tensed, listening. The footsteps circled wider, crunching softly, stopping, then moving again. I felt trapped inside the thin nylon walls of the tent, too exposed, too vulnerable. I didn't move, didn't even breathe deeply, until the sound faded away. Sleep never came. By morning, I was exhausted. I stepped out of the tent with bleary eyes and scanned the perimeter. I didn't see anything unusual at first, but when I walked further out, I froze. There, beyond the trees, was a piece of fabric caught on a branch. It was dark, frayed, maybe from a jacket. I touched it and felt the dampness from the dew. Someone had been here and not long ago. Panic settled in the back of my throat. I wasn't supposed to be out here with anyone else. I had seen no sign of other hikers, no trucks near the trailhead. Yet there it was, proof that I wasn't alone. I thought about leaving right then, packing up and hiking straight back to the truck. But part of me resisted. I told myself it was nothing. A hunter maybe passing through. Someone else who had cut through the woods days ago. The fabric could have been old. The footsteps could have been my imagination, tuned too sharply to the silence. I wanted badly to believe it, so I stayed. That day, I didn't wander far. I stayed close, chopping wood, cleaning my small cooking area, writing in my notebook. I tried to convince myself I had control over the space, but every crack of a branch made me flinch. Every gust of wind felt like movement just beyond sight. When night came, the unease deepened. I built the fire higher than ever, as if the flames could create a barrier. I sat close, clutching the knife, staring at the shifting shadows. The forest stretched into blackness all around me, pressing close, swallowing everything beyond the circle of light. Hours passed, and nothing came. But when I finally crawled into the tent, my nerves raw, it started again. The steps, closer this time, slow and careful. I felt the blood rush in my ears. My hand tightened on the knife. Then, for the first time, I heard something else. A sound like breathing. Not loud, not obvious, but there. I could hear the soft, steady pull of air, as if someone was standing just beyond the fabric. My skin went cold. I didn't move for what felt like hours, frozen in place, afraid that any sound from me would break whatever fragile line separated me from what was out there. Eventually, the breathing faded. The steps moved away, but the fear stayed lodged deep inside me. When dawn finally came, I made my decision. I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, shoving everything into my bag with trembling hands. I left the fire pit cold, the tent poles still damp, and started back toward the truck. Every step felt watched. I didn't look back. The hike out seemed longer than before. Every turn of the trail felt unfamiliar, though I knew I was going the right way. My heart hammered with each sound in the trees. When I finally broke through the tree-line and saw the glint of my truck, relief washed over me so strongly I almost dropped my pack. But the feeling didn't last. When I reached the truck, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. There, in the dust on the side door, were smeared handprints. Large, distinct, pressed into the dirt as if someone had been standing there, waiting. The prints trailed down toward the handle. I stood frozen, staring, trying to understand. I had left the truck untouched, hidden off the road, miles from anyone. Yet someone had been there. Someone had been watching, not just in the woods, but from the start. I threw my pack into the bed, climbed in, and started the engine with shaking hands. Gravel sprayed as I pulled away, my eyes flicking constantly to the mirrors. The trees closed in as I drove, and I couldn't shake the thought that whoever it was might still be out there, watching, waiting for the next person foolish enough to come alone. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. Only then did I let myself breathe, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. I told myself I would never camp alone again, no matter how much I craved the quiet. The woods were not empty. They never had been. I got home hours later, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Every creak of the house felt like footsteps. Every shadow at the window seemed like someone standing there. The memory of those nights pressed in on me. I had been planning the camping trip for weeks, maybe even months. The routine of life in town had started to wear me down. The endless noise of cars and people, the screens, the same walls around me every single day. I wanted something different, something that would give me space to breathe, to clear my head. The idea of going out into the woods with just the basics, away from everything and everyone, felt right. I didn't want company, but I didn't want to be completely alone either, so I decided to bring my dog with me. His name was Rex. He was a strong, medium-sized dog, mixed breed, mostly brown with patches of white on his chest, smart eyes, and more energy than I could usually handle. He was loyal too, the kind of dog that never let me out of his sight, and I thought having him with me in the woods would not only make the trip more enjoyable but also safer. The day I left, the weather was good. The sky was clear, the kind of deep blue that seems endless when you stare at it, and the air had just enough coolness to make it perfect for hiking. I packed carefully. Tent, sleeping bag, small stove, enough food for myself and for Rex, water, flashlight, knife, lighter, rope, the things I thought I might need if I stayed out there for a few days. I wanted to push deeper into the woods than I usually did, far enough to not hear roads or see the glow of towns at night. That was the whole point, to be away from everything. Rex sat in the back seat of the car on the drive out, his head against the window, tail wagging each time I glanced at him through the mirror. He didn't know where we were going, but he loved the idea of going anywhere. By the time I parked near the trail, it was already late morning. The sun was climbing higher, warming the ground, the air filling with the smell of pine and earth. Rex jumped out as soon as I opened the door, sniffing around, ears pricked, full of excitement. I put on my pack, clipped his leash to his collar just for the first part of the trail, and we started walking. The path wound through trees that grew thicker as we went. The deeper we got, the quieter everything became. Soon it was just the sound of my boots on the dirt and leaves, the jingle of Rex's tags, and the occasional bird calling out. The calmness of it all felt good, exactly what I had been looking for. After a few hours of walking, I found a spot that seemed right for setting up camp. It wasn't right next to the trail, but a little off it, tucked between trees with enough open space to pitch my tent. A small stream wasn't too far away, close enough for water but far enough that I wouldn't have to listen to running water all night. I dropped my pack, stretched my back, and set the tent up while Rex circled around, nose to the ground, exploring every inch of the area. The sun was still high, and I had plenty of time, so once the tent was ready, I set out to collect some wood for a fire. Rex followed along, darting in and out of the trees, chasing after noises I couldn't hear. He always came back though, always checked on me, making sure I was still there. By the time the sun started to sink, the fire was burning steady, and camp was set. I boiled some water, made a simple meal, and fed Rex from his bowl. He ate quickly, then sat close to me by the fire, eyes half closed but ears still turning at every sound in the woods. I remember feeling safe in that moment. The fire kept me warm, Rex kept me company, and the quietness of the woods wrapped around everything. When the sky finally turned black and the stars came out, I crawled into the tent with Rex settling just outside, close enough that I could hear him move if anything disturbed him. I slept better than I had in weeks. The next day was more exploring. I left most of my gear in the tent, just carried water and some snacks, and let Rex run ahead of me. We hiked deeper into the woods, climbed up a ridge where the trees broke open to a view that stretched miles. Nothing but rolling forest and hills. No roads, no houses, no people. That sight filled me with a mix of awe and unease. It was beautiful, but it also reminded me how far I really was from everything. If something happened out here, it would be just me and Rex, no quick help, no one nearby. I pushed the thought away and focused on enjoying the day. We walked for hours, and by the time we got back, the sun was dropping again. I lit the fire, cooked, and settled in for another night. Rex seemed restless though. He kept standing up, sniffing the air, moving around camp. I thought maybe it was just all the new smells, but it put a small unease in my stomach. Still, nothing happened that night. It was the third day when things began to shift. That morning, I noticed Rex hadn't eaten all his food, which was unusual. He was always eager, but this time he sniffed at it, took a few bites, then walked away. He stayed close to me the whole morning too, not darting off as much as before, ears twitching, head turning at sounds I couldn't pick up. I brushed it off at first, but by late afternoon, I started to feel it too, the sense that something wasn't right. The woods were quieter than before, less birds, less rustling in the underbrush, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's holding its breath. I told myself I was just imagining it, that being alone for days was starting to mess with me. But Rex wasn't imagining anything. He paced around camp as the light faded, growled low once or twice, and didn't settle by the fire like he usually did. I couldn't relax either. My eyes kept moving to the dark beyond the fire, the spaces between the trees where the light didn't reach. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound woke me. Once I opened my eyes to see Rex sitting upright at the tent's entrance, ears forward, staring out into the dark. His body was tense, tail stiff, like he was waiting for something to show itself. I lay there, heart pounding, straining my ears but hearing nothing except the wind moving through the branches. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under, but it was the kind of sleep that never went deep, broken by short bursts of waking. The next morning, I thought about packing up and heading back. A voice in my head told me it was better to leave while everything was still fine. But another voice said I was overreacting, that nothing had actually happened, that the woods were just playing tricks on me. Pride played a part too. I didn't want to cut my trip short because of nerves. I stayed, though deep down I felt the balance had shifted. It wasn't the same as when I first arrived. That afternoon, while walking near the stream to refill my water, Rex froze. His whole body went rigid, hackles raised, teeth showing in a low growl. I followed his gaze, but I couldn't see anything at first. Then, deeper in the trees, I caught movement. Something brown and low slipped between the trunks, too far for me to make out clearly. My first thought was deer, but the way Rex reacted told me it wasn't. His growl deepened, and he pulled forward, leash tight. I held him back, my pulse racing. After a few seconds, the movement stopped, and the woods went still again. We stood there, me gripping the leash, Rex straining, until finally he eased up, but not completely. I filled the bottle quickly and went back to camp, looking over my shoulder the whole time. That evening, I built the fire higher, the flames crackling, throwing sparks upward. I kept Rex close, tied near me, though he wouldn't have gone far anyway. He stayed alert, ears flicking, head snapping at every noise. My own nerves stretched tighter as the dark closed in. Every shadow beyond the fire seemed to move. Every sound made me tense. Hours dragged by like that until finally, unable to keep my eyes open, I crawled into the tent. Rex stayed just outside again, lying down but not resting. His breathing was uneven, his head kept lifting. I woke in the middle of the night to his barking. Sharp, fierce, the kind of bark that wasn't playful or annoyed but warning, defensive. My chest tightened instantly as I sat up. The fire had burned low, just red embers glowing faintly. The night pressed in, black and thick. Rex barked again, louder this time, followed by a guttural growl that I felt in my stomach. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent just enough to look out, and shined the beam into the trees. The light cut through branches, lit up the trunks, but nothing moved. The barking stopped for a second, replaced by Rex's heavy breathing, then started again, this time directed more to the left. I swung the flashlight that way. That's when I saw them, eyes low to the ground, glowing back at me, unblinking. Then another set and another further back. My mouth went dry. Coyotes. Maybe more than one, maybe more than three. I had heard stories of them getting bold, coming close to camps, testing. My heart hammered as I held the flashlight steady, yelling inside my head at myself to stay calm. Rex's body was stiff, tail up, barking and growling without stopping. The eyes didn't move, just hovered there, waiting. I grabbed a stick from near the fire pit, shoved it into the embers until it caught flame, and waved it toward the trees. The eyes blinked out one by one, retreating deeper into the woods. Rex barked after them, straining forward, but I held him back, shouting inside my own head not to let him chase. The cold air bit at my skin as I stepped off the dusty dirt road and onto the narrow path leading up to the cabin. It was late afternoon, the sun hanging low behind tall pines that surrounded the clearing. The cabin sat there, a worn wooden structure, with peeling paint and a crooked porch that creaked under my weight. It was exactly the kind of place I wanted. Isolated, away from the noise of the city, a spot where I could think and forget for a while. I had rented the place online, the pictures showing a rustic but charming retreat, perfect for a few days alone. I hadn't expected what was about to unfold. The first few hours were normal enough. I unloaded my bag, stacked firewood by the stone fireplace, and made a simple dinner on the old stove. The cabin smelled of damp wood and stale air, but it was peaceful in a way, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and fills your chest. I sat by the window and watched the shadows stretch across the ground as the sun disappeared behind the trees. I lit a fire and sat back, feeling the heat slowly chase away the chill in the room. But then, as the night deepened, things began to change. It started with the sounds. At first, just the usual noises of the forest. Branches snapping under small animals, leaves rustling in the wind. But later, there was a faint tapping at the window. Light, rhythmic, almost like someone was drumming their fingers. I stared at the glass, but the darkness outside was thick and empty. No shape, no movement, just the tapping, steady and soft. I tried to convince myself it was a branch knocking or a bird, but the tapping kept going for a long time, then stopped suddenly like someone had walked away. The silence that followed felt heavier, more tense. I pulled the curtains closed tightly and sat back near the fire, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. Hours passed. I heard a distant howl, far away but sharp enough to raise the hairs on my neck. The fire crackled and popped. Then something scraped against the door frame, slow, deliberate. I froze, listening hard. Nothing moved outside. No wind, no animal, just the scraping noise like nails dragging down wood. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and shone it towards the door. The beam cut through the darkness but found no one there. The scraping stopped as I moved, and silence fell again. I sat down, heart pounding. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, the noises returned, soft footsteps circling the cabin, the faint scraping, the tapping on the window. I stayed awake until dawn, eyes fixed on the shadows beyond the glass. When the first light came, I gathered my courage and stepped outside. The ground was covered in dry leaves. Scattered footprints crisscrossed the dirt around the cabin. But the prints weren't animal tracks. They were human, barefoot, and oddly shaped. I crouched to look closer, the earth soft from recent rain. The prints formed a rough circle around the cabin, then stopped at the edge of the trees. No tracks led away. I felt a cold sweat break across my back. Who had been here in the night? Why circle the cabin and then vanish into the forest? I searched the clearing for any sign of someone. Nothing. No dropped items. No broken branches that suggested movement. Just those footprints. The sun rose higher, the air warming slightly. I decided to explore the forest, hoping to find a sign of life or a way out if things got worse. The trees were thick and tall, their branches blocking the sky. The path was narrow and overgrown, twisting between trunks and fallen logs. I walked carefully, aware of every sound. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant caw of a crow, the faint rustle of something moving just beyond sight. About a mile into the woods, I found an old trail marker nailed to a tree. It was faded but readable, pointing back toward the road and the cabin. I made a mental note and kept walking, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Suddenly, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a figure slipping behind a tree. I stopped and scanned the area with my flashlight, but nothing was there. I called out, my voice cracking with unease, but only silence answered. Heart racing, I hurried back toward the cabin, breaking into a run when I heard footsteps following me. The sounds weren't close enough to be right behind me, but they matched my pace, echoing my steps. When I finally reached the clearing, the footsteps stopped. I didn't wait. I slammed the cabin door shut and locked it. Back inside, I searched the rooms. The windows were intact, the door locked tight. But then I noticed something else. Marks on the inside of the door frame. Deep scratches, fresh and jagged. Someone had tried to claw their way in. I checked the back door. Same thing. Scratches and dents in the wood, as if someone had been desperate to get inside.
My mean spoon.
Who was out there? What did they want? And how had they moved so silently? I spent the day barricading the cabin as best I could. Stacked furniture against the doors, nailed boards over the windows. I tore apart the old firewood pile, looking for something to defend myself with. I found an axe, heavy and sharp. I cleaned it off and kept it near the door. The night came again. This time, I didn't light the fire. I sat in the darkest corner, the axe in my hands, listening. The tapping returned, slower now. Scraping sounds circled the cabin. Soft footsteps paced just outside the walls. At one point, I saw a shadow moving past the window. The shape was low, crouched, almost animal-like. But the footprints said otherwise. Human. I didn't sleep. Instead, I stayed awake, watching and waiting for whatever was outside to make a move. Hours passed. The tapping stopped. The footsteps slowed, then vanished. When dawn broke, I went outside cautiously. The footprints were all around again, circling the cabin, but none led away. I found new marks on the door frame, deeper and more desperate. Something wasn't right about this place. Felt like a trap. I realized I needed to leave, but the forest was thick, the trail hard to follow. My phone had no signal. I was cut off. I gathered my gear, packed the bare essentials, and prepared to move quickly. I waited for mid-morning, when the sun was high and visibility better. Then I stepped out, axe in hand, and started walking. The forest was silent, too silent. No birds, no animals, just the crunch of my boots on the leaf-covered ground. I kept checking behind me. Nothing. After an hour, I reached the trail marker again and followed the path toward the road. Then, from behind a tree, a figure stepped out. No words, no warning. Just a man, tall and thin, dressed in dirty clothes and carrying a long stick. I froze. He didn't move fast, but he came closer, eyes fixed on me. I held up the axe. He stopped, watching. Then, unexpectedly, he spoke. Not words I could understand, just guttural sounds. But his eyes told me something important. This was someone who belonged here, someone who had been watching me, maybe protecting his land or warning me off. I backed away slowly, keeping the axe ready. He didn't follow, just turned and disappeared back into the trees. I didn't wait to see more. I ran the last stretch to the road, where I finally found a car parked by the side. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I drove away, I looked back once. The cabin sat there, quiet and still, swallowed by the forest. I realized then that some places aren't meant for strangers. The woods had their own rules, and I had crossed into a territory fiercely guarded. What had happened was not supernatural, not a ghost story. It was something real and human. A stranger protecting his space, maybe even warning me without words. I never went back, and every time I remember those nights, the tapping, the scratching, the feeling of eyes on me in the dark, it reminds me how thin the line is between peace and danger when you're alone in the wild. It had been a long drive out of the city, the kind of drive where the traffic thins out and the concrete and streetlights slowly give way to endless stretches of dense forest and winding dirt roads. I had planned this trip for months, a solo weekend at a remote cabin deep in the woods, the kind of place where cell service was spotty at best, and the quiet wasn't the usual city silence, but something heavier, more pressing. I needed the break badly. The daily grind had been wearing me down, and even though I knew the isolation might get to me, I convinced myself it was worth it. I wanted nothing more than to unplug and be alone with the woods. No phone calls, no distractions. Just me, the trees, and a small cabin nestled in the middle of nowhere. The cabin itself was exactly as promised in the listing. A small wooden structure built decades ago, with a rough-hewn porch, a stone chimney, and a rusty metal roof that had seen better days. It sat beside a narrow creek, which babbled quietly among the rocks. The smell of pine and earth hung heavy in the air, thick and fresh. I parked the car just outside the little dirt clearing and grabbed my backpack, feeling the weight of the silence close around me. There was no road noise here, no distant hum of civilization, only the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and took a deep breath. The air was cool and smelled faintly of old wood and damp moss. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small living area with a worn couch and a wood stove, a tiny kitchen corner with basic utensils, and a narrow staircase leading to a loft above where a mattress lay. There was no electricity, just a couple of oil lamps and a stack of firewood beside the stove. Felt honest, real, exactly what I wanted. The first evening passed slowly. I unpacked, made a simple meal on the stove, and settled in with a book by lamplight. Outside, the forest was darkening, and the stars began to prick the sky in sharp points. The wind stirred the trees, sending shadows flickering across the cabin walls. But as night deepened, I started to notice sounds that didn't fit with the peaceful setting I'd imagined. The creek's gentle babble became louder, but there was something else, a faint thumping, like something heavy hitting the ground. I tried to ignore it at first, convincing myself it was just branches falling or a deer moving through the brush. I slept fitfully. Every creak of the cabin, every distant snap of a twig, jolted me awake. Morning came with a soft gray light filtering through the window. I wrapped myself in a jacket and stepped outside, hoping the daylight would chase away the unease. The forest looked calm and familiar in the daylight, but as I explored the area, I found signs that something had passed through recently. The dirt near the creek was disturbed. Large, heavy footprints pressed into the soft earth, too big and irregular to be from any animal I knew. They headed away from the cabin, deeper into the woods. That unsettled me more than I expected. I had been careful to check the area before settling in, but I hadn't noticed these prints. Maybe they were old, or maybe they belonged to someone who had passed through during the night. I brushed the thought away, telling myself that the woods were full of wildlife and people hiking or hunting sometimes. I spent the day gathering firewood, exploring nearby trails, and just trying to enjoy the quiet. But as the afternoon faded, a low feeling settled in my gut. I kept thinking about the footprints, and then I realized something else. The firewood I had stacked earlier was scattered across the clearing. Not just moved a little, but knocked over, some logs cracked and shifted. I was certain I had stacked it neatly before leaving the cabin. The wind was calm. There had been no storms. Something or someone had been here while I was out. That night, I made sure the cabin was locked tight. I set the lamps on tables so I could see every corner of the room. I stayed close to the stove, where I could keep the fire burning and keep warm. The shadows seemed thicker, the sounds louder, branches snapping sharply, leaves rustling close to the windows. My nerves were frayed. Around midnight, I was sure I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Not running, but steady. The kind of step a large man might take. I grabbed the hunting knife I'd packed, keeping it close. The old wooden walls creaked with the wind, or maybe from the weight of the footsteps. I held my breath, waiting. Nothing else happened. No knocks on the door, no voices, no attempts to enter. Just silence. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, watching and listening. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted and jumpy. The footprints were still there, even closer to the cabin. More than one set this time, overlapping and crisscrossing. Someone had been watching me, maybe waiting. I debated packing up and leaving right then, but the road back was a good 2 hours away, and I wanted to give it one more night. I told myself I would stay alert, keep the fire burning, and be ready to leave at a moment's notice. That afternoon, while gathering more wood, I found something chilling. A small, crudely made trap set near the path leading to the cabin. It looked like an animal trap, the kind hunters used to catch small game, but this one was different. It was baited with food scraps, and the wire was thick, almost heavy-duty. Why would someone leave a trap near a cabin used by a visitor? The answer was clear, and it made my skin crawl. I moved quickly back to the cabin, scanning the woods for any sign of movement. The sun was setting again, casting long shadows through the trees. I decided to prepare for the night by barricading the door as best as I could with furniture. I piled chairs and the couch against the door and shoved anything heavy behind it. I checked the windows, but they had no locks. I covered them with blankets and furniture too. The night that followed was the longest I have ever spent. I heard movement all around the cabin. Footsteps circling, branches snapping, even soft thuds against the walls. At one point, I heard heavy breathing just outside a window. I stayed as quiet as I could, clutching the knife, heart pounding in my chest. I felt trapped, small, and vulnerable. The cabin that had seemed so cozy during the day now felt like a cage, and the dark woods outside were full of menace. Hours passed. The footsteps eventually stopped. The forest went silent again. Morning came slowly. I was exhausted but determined not to let fear win. I took stock of my supplies and knew I had to get out of there before whoever had been lurking decided to try something more direct. I packed quickly, grabbing only the essentials. As I stepped outside, I scanned the clearing and the woods beyond carefully. The footprints were gone. The trap was still there, untouched. It was a warning, clear and silent. I didn't wait to see if anyone was watching. I grabbed my backpack and walked briskly down the dirt road toward my car. Every sound made me jump. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the rustle of branches, the call of distant birds that suddenly stopped as I passed. When I reached the car, I didn't hesitate. I locked the doors, started the engine, and pulled out onto the road without looking back. Driving back, the weight of the experience settled over me. I realized the woods were not just quiet and peaceful. They were full of things that preferred to remain unseen, watching. The cabin was a place of refuge, but it had also been a trap, a place where I had been hunted in my own way. That weekend changed me, I learned that being alone in the wild was not always about peace or solitude. Sometimes it was about survival. And sometimes the scariest thing out there was not a ghost or monster, but another human. I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. Work had been piling up, and the city felt heavier and noisier than ever. The plan was simple: escape to a small, isolated cabin in the woods for a couple of days. Just me, some food, my backpack, and the quiet of the forest. No distractions, no calls, no internet. Just the way I wanted it. I found the cabin online, rented it through a local owner's website. It was about 3 hours outside the city, nestled deep in the state forest, far enough from any town or main road. A place where you could hear the wind in the trees and nothing else. I left early on a Friday morning. The sun was just coming up, and the air was crisp but not cold. I drove the winding country roads, the city skyline shrinking behind me as the trees thickened along the highway. When I reached the small dirt road that led to the cabin, I had to slow down and look carefully for the narrow path marked on the map. It was easy to miss, hidden behind a cluster of tall pines. The last half-mile was rough. The gravel crunched under my tires, and the branches of overhanging trees scratched the sides of the car. I had to keep my eyes on the road to avoid any big rocks or fallen logs. Eventually, the trees opened up to a small clearing, and there it was, the cabin. It was modest, made of dark wood that had weathered a little but still looked sturdy. A small porch wrapped around the front with 2 chairs and a woodpile stacked neatly by the side. The whole place looked peaceful. I parked the car and unloaded my things. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a table with 2 chairs, a couch, and a fireplace made of stone. There was one bedroom with a bed covered in a thick quilt, and a bathroom with a shower and basic plumbing. It wasn't fancy, but it had everything I needed. After setting my stuff down, I decided to take a quick walk around the property. The forest surrounded the clearing on all sides, tall trees stretching up and blocking most of the sky. The air smelled like pine and earth. I noticed a small trail leading into the woods from the back of the cabin. It looked like it had been used recently, but not much. I didn't think much of it. I told myself I'd explore it more the next day. That night, I built a fire outside the cabin. The crackling flames lit up the clearing, and the stars above were bright and clear. The silence was deep, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or a distant bird call. I sat in one of the porch chairs, sipping a beer, feeling the tension in my shoulders start to ease. The first night passed without incident. I slept well, waking up to the soft light filtering through the curtains. The cabin felt safe. I made coffee on the stove and ate some granola, then set out to explore the trail behind the cabin. The path was narrow and uneven, winding through thick woods. The trees were a mix of pine and oak, their branches forming a kind of roof above me. The forest floor was covered in dead leaves and pine needles, soft underfoot. Birds chirped in the canopy, and I caught glimpses of squirrels darting through the branches. Felt good to be out in the fresh air, away from all the noise. After walking for about 20 minutes, the trail opened up into a small clearing. There was a shallow stream running through it, clear water flowing over smooth stones. I sat on a rock by the edge and let the cool water run over my fingers. The place was beautiful, peaceful in a way that felt almost sacred. I stayed there for a while, then headed back to the cabin. The sun was high now, and the forest felt warmer. I wanted to make sure I was back before it got dark. Later in the afternoon, I noticed something strange. As I walked back from a quick trip to the small shed where the owner kept firewood, I saw some footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. The dirt was soft from a recent rain, and the prints were clear. They were big, wide, and seemed fresh. I knelt down to look closer. The prints didn't match any animal I knew. They looked human, but the size was unusual, too big to be from a normal person. My heart quickened. Had someone been here recently? Was the cabin really as private as I thought? I scanned the surrounding woods but saw nothing. No one in sight, no sounds except the wind in the trees. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe the owner's caretaker or a ranger had been nearby. Still, I felt a chill run down my spine. That evening, I stayed inside the cabin. I locked the door carefully and checked the windows. The forest outside looked dark and still. I tried to focus on reading a book by the fire, but my eyes kept darting to the windows. Every sound, the creak of the wood, the crackle of the fire, felt louder than usual. Around midnight, I woke suddenly. The room was cold, and I heard a faint noise outside, a soft crunching like someone stepping on dry leaves. I froze, listening hard. The sound came closer, then stopped. I held my breath. After a few minutes, the noise stopped entirely. I didn't dare open the curtains. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting near the fireplace with a baseball bat I found in the corner. Morning came, and the forest looked peaceful again. The sun filtered through the trees, casting warm patches of light on the ground. I told myself it was probably just an animal or the wind, nothing to worry about. But the footprints were still in my mind. I decided to check the perimeter of the clearing, walking slowly along the edge of the woods. That's when I saw more signs. Broken branches, disturbed leaves, and fresh tracks leading away into the thicker forest. Someone had definitely been here. I pulled out my phone to take pictures, but there was no signal. No surprise, given how remote the place was. The rest of the day, I kept a close eye on the surroundings. I didn't want to stay outside alone for long. I double-checked that all the doors and windows were locked. I made sure the firewood shed was secure. At night, the noises started again. Footsteps crunching just outside, something brushing against the cabin walls. I lay in bed with the lights off, trying to stay quiet and not give away my position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. Every time I looked out a window, I caught glimpses of shadows moving between the trees. I told myself it was just my imagination, the way the moonlight played tricks on the eyes. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. On the third day, I realized I couldn't stay another night. I needed to get out. The strange presence, whoever or whatever it was still out there. I packed quickly, not wanting to waste time. As I was loading my backpack into the car, I noticed something that froze me in place. The big footprints were all around the clearing now, circling the cabin like some kind of ring. I counted at least a dozen sets, all huge and heavy. Some were close to the porch, some near the back door. Whoever had made them had been watching the cabin for a long time. I hurried into the car and locked the doors. As I started the engine, I glanced back once more. In the edge of the woods, I saw a figure. Not a ghost or monster, but a man. Tall, dressed in dark clothes, standing perfectly still and watching me leave. I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I pressed the gas and sped away down the gravel road. The drive back felt endless. My heart pounded, and every shadow on the roadside seemed like the man was following me. I kept checking the rearview mirror, but he never appeared on the road. When I finally reached the highway and the safety of other cars and bright lights, I pulled over to catch my breath. I called the local sheriff's office and reported what had happened. They told me the area was known for some illegal activities, drug runs, people hiding out in the woods, and sometimes trespassers who liked to scare renters away. They promised to send someone to check the cabin. A few days later, I got a call from the sheriff. They had found signs of a camp not far from the cabin. Makeshift shelters, old fire pits, and plenty of large footprints. They said the area was being used by a group of people living off the grid, some of whom had been arrested before for robbery and assault. The man I saw was probably one of them, someone who didn't want strangers around. I was lucky to get away when I did. The whole experience left me shaken. I never went back to that cabin, and I never planned to. Even now, when I'm in the city, the memory of those huge footprints in the dirt and the cold feeling of being watched still haunts me. It's strange to think that in the middle of a quiet forest, far from anything, there could be someone out there, lurking and waiting, just beyond the trees. And that's the kind of fear that doesn't come from ghosts or stories. It comes from knowing people like that really exist. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway. Just me, a small cabin deep in the woods, and nothing but the trees and the sky for company. I had planned this trip for weeks. I wanted to escape the noise of the city, the endless buzzing of phones, the endless emails, and just sit somewhere where the only light at night came from the stars and a campfire. I drove for hours, the highway giving way to smaller roads, then gravel, and finally a dirt track that twisted through thick forest. The GPS signal had vanished long before I reached the last turnoff. I wasn't worried. I had the cabin's address written down, and I followed the fading signs nailed to trees like breadcrumbs through the woods. The cabin itself was a small wooden structure, older than I expected but sturdy. It sat on the edge of a clearing, surrounded on all sides by tall pines that seemed to block out the sky when you looked up from below. The air was cold and smelled like earth and wet wood, and the faint scent of smoke lingered from some old fire pit outside. Inside, the cabin was sparse but cozy. There was a small wood stove, a basic kitchen with a few utensils, a table, 2 chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner. A small window looked out onto the forest. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I moved around, the walls lined with faded, peeling wallpaper. It was clearly a place that hadn't seen visitors in a while, but I liked that. I liked that it was quiet. I unpacked my bag, lighting a few candles, and stacked some firewood near the stove. The plan was to start a fire, heat some canned food, and settle in for the night. The sun was already dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows that stretched across the floor. When the fire finally caught, I sat close, warming my hands. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the cabin's old windows. I could hear the faint creaking of branches, and somewhere in the distance, a bird cried out once before silence fell again. It was peaceful, but that peace felt fragile. I tried to read, but the candlelight flickered, and my eyes kept drifting to the window. The woods outside seemed to grow darker, denser, as if swallowing the clearing whole. Every time a branch scraped against the cabin, I flinched. The isolation was starting to sink in. After eating, I cleaned up and tried to rest. The bed was hard and narrow, but I was too tired to care. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and lay still, listening. At first, there was only the sound of the wind and the occasional snap of twigs under the weight of some animal moving outside. Then, something else. A faint noise, like footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on dry leaves. My heart rate quickened. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the footsteps seemed heavier, steadier, closer. I sat up, eyes scanning the dark shapes beyond the window. The clearing was pitch black now. My breath fogged the glass, and I wiped it quickly, trying to see better. Nothing moved. The footsteps stopped. I tried to calm down, telling myself I was alone out here. No one else was supposed to be on this trail. The nearest house was miles away, and the road was bad. But that didn't explain the footsteps. I grabbed my flashlight from the table and shone it outside, sweeping the beam through the trees. No movement, no sign of anything. I locked the door and bolted the windows, then sat back down, trying to focus on the warmth of the fire and the silence. An hour later, just as I was beginning to relax, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they circled the cabin slowly, crunching over twigs and leaves with a steady rhythm. I grabbed the small kitchen knife I had brought along for safety. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I moved toward the window, careful not to make noise. The flashlight was dead, its batteries drained from earlier use. I cursed myself for not bringing extras. I lit another candle and held it up, peering through the glass. A shadow moved behind a tree on the far side of the clearing. The shape was human, tall, bulky, but indistinct. My heart slammed against my ribs. I swallowed hard and backed away from the window, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps stopped. For what felt like minutes, nothing moved. Then, a faint tapping began on the cabin door. Slow, deliberate, like someone testing the wood. I didn't respond. I just stared at the door, knife in hand, waiting for whatever was outside to reveal itself. The tapping stopped. Silence fell again. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound made me jump. Every gust of wind felt like someone breathing down my neck. The next morning, I stayed inside, the door locked tight. When the sun rose and filled the clearing with light, I stepped outside cautiously. The ground around the cabin was disturbed. Footprints, heavy and large, circled the cabin's perimeter. They weren't animal tracks. They were human. I followed the prints away from the cabin, into the woods, but they disappeared after about 50 yards, swallowed by the soft earth and fallen leaves. I felt exposed, vulnerable, but there was no one in sight. I packed quickly, planning to leave. I didn't care about the rest of the weekend anymore. As I grabbed my backpack, I noticed something odd. A line of small stones had been placed on the doorstep. Nothing else, just a neat, careful pile. I shivered and shoved the bag over my shoulder. The drive out was tense. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a shadow among the trees, but the road was empty. When I reached the highway, I stopped at a gas station and called the local ranger station. I told them what happened. They listened, then told me this area was known for recent illegal hunting and drug activity. Some people were using the woods as a hideout or meeting place. They warned me to stay clear in the future. I realized then what I had been dealing with. Not ghosts or fairies, but real people, dangerous people, living off the grid, watching, waiting. The cabin was never meant to be a quiet retreat. It was just a trap or maybe a warning to stay away. From that day on, I never went back to the woods alone. The memory of those footsteps, the tapping, and the silent watcher outside the window stayed with me. It reminded me that sometimes the scariest things aren't stories or legends. They're real, and they're closer than you think. I never thought a quiet weekend in a remote cabin would turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. It began as a simple plan. Get away from the noise of the city, escape the endless emails and phone calls, and spend a few days alone in the woods to clear my head. I wanted peace, fresh air, and a chance to be completely disconnected. The cabin was about 4 hours from my apartment, nestled deep in the forest where cell phone signals faded out and roads ended in dirt trails. I found it through a small rental site, a rustic place, no modern luxuries, just the basics. No TV, no internet, no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I wanted. I packed my car with supplies the day before. Canned food, water, firewood, a flashlight, some basic tools, and a thick sleeping bag. I double-checked everything twice. The day I left was clear and warm. The sky a deep blue without a single cloud. The drive itself was peaceful, with the road narrowing into dirt and gravel, flanked by tall pine trees whose tips seemed to touch the sky. When I arrived, the cabin looked exactly like the pictures. A small wooden structure with a porch and a chimney. The wood was weathered but sturdy. I parked the car and unloaded my gear. The forest around me was quiet except for the occasional chirp of birds and the rustling of leaves in the light breeze. The inside of the cabin was simple. A small kitchen corner with a wood stove, a table, and a couple of chairs. The main room had a couch covered in blankets, and a door led to a small bedroom with a narrow bed. There was an outhouse outside for emergencies, since the cabin didn't have indoor plumbing. I spent the first afternoon chopping firewood and gathering dry branches. The sun was starting to set when I built a fire in the stove. It was comforting to watch the flames crackle, the warmth filling the cold cabin. Outside, the forest darkened quickly as the sun sank behind the hills. That first night, I slept soundly, the silence of the woods wrapping around me like a blanket. When I woke the next morning, I felt rested and strangely calm. Over the next day, I explored the area. There was a narrow trail leading to a small lake about a mile away. The water was still and clear, reflecting the green canopy above. I took off my boots and dipped my feet in. The cool water was refreshing. As I walked back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. A faint set of footprints in the dirt near the trail. They looked fresh. I stared at them, wondering if they belonged to a hiker or maybe an animal. The prints were too big for a deer, but not quite human. I dismissed it, telling myself it was probably just some odd pattern in the mud. That night, I slept uneasily. Every little noise made me wake up. The creak of the cabin, the snap of a twig, the distant howl of a coyote. I kept the fire going longer, wanting the warmth and light. On the third day, I decided to go into town to get more supplies. It was a small town about 20 miles away, with a gas station and a tiny grocery store. The drive was uneventful, but as I drove back towards the cabin, I noticed a dark pickup truck parked at the edge of the forest road. It wasn't there when I left. I slowed down and looked, but the driver was nowhere to be seen. The truck was old and dusty, the paint peeling. It felt out of place in the quiet woods. I didn't stop and kept driving, the feeling in my gut tightening. When I arrived at the cabin, I checked everything carefully. The door was locked, the windows shut tight. No signs of anyone inside or nearby. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. That night, I lay in bed listening to the forest. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate steps crunching on the dried leaves. My heart raced. I reached for the flashlight on the table and stayed perfectly still. The footsteps moved around the cabin, pausing sometimes, then moving on. I stayed awake the whole night, clutching the flashlight and staring at the window. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. The next morning, I found a scrap of paper pinned under a rock on the porch. It was folded small, and inside was a simple message written in rough handwriting. "You're not alone." I froze, a cold sweat running down my back. Who would do this? How long had they been here? I packed my bag quickly, but as I loaded it into the car, I saw the same truck parked a little way down the road again. My heart hammered. I decided to leave right away, but the truck moved. The engine roared, and it followed me down the dirt road. I drove faster, my hands shaking on the wheel, trying to lose it. The truck stayed behind me, relentless. I reached the main road and sped towards the town, finally losing the truck when I turned into a gas station parking lot. I called the police, but with no exact location and limited evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They told me to stay safe and maybe avoid the area for a while. That night, I booked a motel in town, not going back to the cabin. But I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide someone. Every sound echoed danger. A week later, I heard on the news about a missing person reported near that forest. Someone who had vanished without a trace near the trail I had walked. I never went back. The late afternoon light was fading fast by the time I reached the cabin. The narrow dirt road I had driven in on was nothing more than two rough tire tracks running through thick woods, and the dense pine trees closed in on either side like sentries. The sky was a pale gray, heavy with the promise of rain. The whole place felt like it was waiting for something to happen, or maybe for someone to come. I'd been looking forward to a quiet weekend alone, away from the noise of the city and the endless hum of people and traffic. I needed space to think, to breathe. I thought a cabin in the woods would be perfect. The cabin itself was small and weathered. The wood had faded to a dull gray, with moss growing on the roof and creeping up the sides. The porch sagged a little under the weight of years, but the door was solid and the windows, though dirty, were intact. I pulled my bag off the back seat, grabbed the box of firewood from the trunk, and locked the car behind me. The air smelled thick and earthy. Pine needles, damp leaves, and something else I couldn't place. Maybe it was just the smell of the forest settling in for night. Inside, the cabin was dim but cozy. A small wood stove sat in one corner, and an old wooden table took up most of the main room. There was a single bed pushed against the far wall, and a shelf with a few dusty books and some canned food. The place smelled of stale smoke and something musty, like it had been closed up for a while. I stacked some wood near the stove and struck a match, the tiny flame trembling before it caught. The fire hissed as the kindling caught flame, and warmth slowly spread through the room. Outside, the woods were growing darker. The fading light disappeared under thick clouds, and the wind picked up, rattling branches against the cabin walls. I pulled the curtains tight and settled in, unpacking a little, preparing to cook a simple dinner on the small gas stove. The silence was absolute except for the occasional crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves outside. It wasn't long before I noticed the sound. At first, it was faint, barely more than a whisper through the trees. Something moving, slow, careful footsteps breaking twigs or brushing through undergrowth. I told myself it was just deer or some other animal. There were lots of animals here, maybe a fox or a raccoon looking for scraps. The woods were alive with creatures, but the sound came closer, deliberate and steady, as if something or someone was making their way toward the cabin. I stood by the window, peering into the darkening forest. The trees were shadows now, black shapes against the gray sky. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling that someone was watching me prickled at the back of my neck. The footsteps stopped just outside the edge of the clearing. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe a hiker passing by or a local checking the trails. Still, I made sure the door was locked and pushed a chair against it. I moved the curtain aside just enough to peek out, but I saw nothing, only the dark woods stretching out in all directions. The night deepened and the rain started. At first, it was a soft drizzle, then a steady, cold downpour. The windows fogged up, and the cabin grew colder. I stoked the fire again, trying to shake the growing unease. Hours passed. The footsteps outside never returned, but the feeling didn't leave me. I kept hearing things, small sounds in the rain and wind, a snap here, a rustle there. Sometimes I thought I heard a low voice carried faintly on the wind, but that could have been my imagination. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake, listening, waiting. Every crack of a branch, every gust of wind made my heart jump. I kept glancing toward the window, expecting to see a face pressed against the glass or a shadow moving in the trees. Around dawn, the rain stopped. I was exhausted, but the morning light brought some relief. Outside, the forest was soaked and dripping, the dirt road now a thick mess of mud. I took a deep breath and decided to explore the area a bit, get a sense of where I was and maybe understand what had been going on. As I stepped outside, the cold morning air hit me hard. The woods looked different in daylight, less threatening, but still empty and strange. The only tracks on the muddy ground were my own and, curiously, some others I hadn't seen before. Footprints, fresh and deep, leading from the edge of the trees to the cabin's back door. I followed them carefully. They were large, bigger than mine, and oddly shaped, almost like heavy boots but with irregular edges. The tracks stopped abruptly at the door, as if whoever made them had stood there, looking in. Cold knot formed in my stomach. I checked the back door. It was still locked and showed no sign of forced entry. Whoever had been here hadn't come inside. But why had they come so close? What had they been doing, standing outside in the rain, watching? I spent the next hours inspecting the area, looking for clues or anything out of place. The woods around the cabin were dense, with little underbrush but plenty of tall trees blocking the view. I noticed that the footprints didn't continue beyond the back door, but there were marks in the mud, dragged lines, as if something heavy had been pulled or carried from the woods to the cabin and then back again. It made no sense. Later that day, as I tried to relax by the fire again, I heard it, that slow, deliberate sound of footsteps in the woods, closer than before. Not a random animal, not the wind. Someone was out there, moving carefully, methodically. I looked through the window, heart pounding. This time I saw a figure, just a shadow, a tall shape slipping behind a tree, then moving along the edge of the clearing. I locked the door and pulled the curtains tight, but I couldn't stop the feeling that I was trapped, watched by someone who knew the woods better than I did. I tried to call for help, but the phone had no signal. No one could reach me. I was alone. As the second night came, the footsteps didn't stop. They circled the cabin, sometimes close enough that I could hear the crunch of leaves and sticks under heavy boots. Once, a faint knock sounded on the door, just one quick tap. I didn't answer. I was frozen, gripping a heavy cast iron skillet I'd found in the kitchen, ready to defend myself if needed. The knocking didn't come again. The footsteps faded after a while, but the tension didn't. When morning came, I was more exhausted than ever. I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin another night. The isolation, the constant feeling of being hunted, it was too much. I packed quickly, gathering my things and dousing the fire. As I stepped outside, the air was still heavy with the scent of wet pine and earth. I looked around one last time and noticed something I hadn't before. Along the side of the cabin, faint scratches marked the wooden walls. They were deep, jagged, and fresh. Someone had been here or something had. My heart pounded as I hurried to my car, slipping behind the wheel and starting the engine. The road was muddy and slippery, but I pushed the car forward, desperate to get away. As I drove, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. The woods closed behind me like a wall, swallowing the cabin and its secrets. I never went back. The sun was just beginning to sink below the tall pine trees when I arrived at the cabin. The road to get here had been a rough dirt track, full of potholes and loose rocks that rattled my car with every turn. The forest felt thick and old, like it had been untouched for decades. The air smelled sharp and fresh, filled with pine needles and damp earth. I parked near the small wooden cabin, the boards worn and darkened by weather. This was supposed to be a quiet retreat, a place to escape from the noise of the city and the endless distractions of everyday life. I had booked it for a week alone, no phone service, no internet, just me and the woods. The cabin itself was small but sturdy. A single room with a low ceiling, a wood stove in one corner, a simple cot with a thin mattress, and a table with a few chairs. The windows were dirty and streaked with rain from earlier in the day, but the view outside was clear. Tall trees reaching high into the sky, their shadows stretching long as dusk fell. I dropped my bags inside and closed the door, locking it with the old metal latch. There was no electricity, no running water, only the basics. I had brought food, water, and supplies enough to last the week. After setting up my sleeping bag on the cot and stacking some firewood next to the stove, I went outside to gather a few dry sticks for kindling. The forest was quiet, too quiet in a way that made my skin crawl. No birds singing, no rustling of small animals. Just the sound of my boots crunching on the dry pine needles and twigs. I kept telling myself it was just the evening settling in, and soon the forest would come alive with night sounds. I built the fire carefully, stacking the kindling and lighting it with a match. The flames flickered and grew, casting warm light inside the cabin. I sat down at the table with a can of beans and some bread, eating slowly while watching the shadows dance on the walls. Outside, the darkness deepened, and the stars started to appear one by one in the clear sky. I was alone here, no one around for miles. That fact made me uneasy, but I tried to shake it off. Night fell fully, and the temperature dropped quickly. I wore my thick jacket and wrapped myself in a blanket by the fire. I tried to read a book, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. Every now and then, I thought I saw something move just outside. A shadow between the trees, a flash of light reflecting off something metallic? I wasn't sure. The forest could play tricks on the eyes at night. Suddenly, I heard a sharp noise from outside. A crack, like a branch breaking under weight. My heart jumped, and I sat frozen, listening. Nothing else. Maybe an animal, deer or something smaller, but it felt too heavy for a small animal, too deliberate. I stood and went to the window to look out. The firelight spilled behind me, leaving the area just beyond the porch dark. I strained my eyes but saw nothing but trees. The forest was still. I locked the door again and went to bed early, trying to calm down. The cot was hard and cold, but I pulled the blanket tight. I could still hear faint noises outside. Branches snapping, the wind stirring the trees. After hours of lying awake, I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I woke to the smell of smoke. The fire had died down, but the air smelled different. Not like wood smoke, but something acrid, like burning plastic or rubber. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the trees. The sky was gray with clouds, and a thin mist hung low between the trunks. I walked around the cabin's perimeter and noticed something strange. Faint tire tracks in the mud, leading away from the dirt road and into the deeper woods. They looked recent, maybe a day or two old. I felt a knot in my stomach. No one was supposed to be near this place. It was remote, off the grid. Who could have come this way? I walked further, following the tracks. They ended about 50 meters into the trees, where the ground was soft and disturbed. I saw bits of broken glass, pieces of a license plate twisted and dirty. Someone had been here and had some kind of accident. I went back to the cabin and decided to explore the surrounding area more carefully. I packed a small bag with water, a flashlight, and a pocket knife. The forest was dense, the trees close together, their trunks thick and gnarled. The ground was covered with pine needles and fallen branches, making each step soft but uneven. I walked slowly, trying to stay alert. About half an hour in, I spotted a clearing ahead. The tracks led there. In the center was an old, rusted truck, half buried in mud and leaves. The front windshield was cracked, and the door hung open. It looked like it had been here a long time, but the tire tracks suggested someone had driven it here recently. I circled the vehicle, looking for clues. Inside, the seats were torn and wet, and the dashboard was covered in dust. But then I noticed something under the driver's seat, a crumpled piece of paper. I pulled it out carefully. It was a torn page from a notebook, stained and faded. Scribbled on it were names, numbers, and what looked like a list of dates. Some of the words were crossed out, but the last few lines stood out. Watch the cabin. Don't let anyone find out. If they come, be ready. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't just some abandoned vehicle. Someone was watching the cabin, maybe even living nearby. I went back quickly, my mind racing. I locked the cabin door and double-checked the windows. The peaceful retreat I had imagined felt like a trap. That night, the noises outside grew louder. Branches snapped closer, and the wind carried low, strange sounds. Not animal calls, but something deeper, like someone moving carefully through the underbrush. I stayed close to the stove, keeping the fire alive. I didn't sleep much, jumping at every small sound. On the third day, I decided I couldn't wait for someone to come to me. I needed to leave. I packed my things quickly and checked the car. It started on the first try, but as I drove back down the dirt road, I felt eyes on me. The woods seemed alive with unseen watchers. I didn't look back until I reached the paved road and the safety of traffic. Days later, back in the city, I learned from the news that several people had gone missing near that forest. Authorities suspected illegal activity, drug trafficking, maybe even human smuggling, using the cabin as a hideout or lookout point. The abandoned truck was part of a busted operation. I realized I had stumbled into something dangerous without knowing it. The cabin wasn't haunted by ghosts or spirits, but by real, dangerous people. And my luck had kept me alive. After that, I never went back to the woods. The silence there wasn't peaceful, it was a warning. The forest was dense and thick, the kind of place where the sunlight barely reached the ground through layers of tall trees. I had been planning this solo trip for months. I wanted to get away from the noise of the city, to find some quiet in a small, remote cabin I had rented deep in the woods. I told myself it would be peaceful. I told myself I'd feel safe, but none of that mattered once I got there. The cabin sat alone in a clearing surrounded by pine and fir trees. It looked small from the road, but once I was close I saw it was built sturdy with old, heavy logs. The roof was dark and the windows were thick with dust and grime, like no one had been here for years. A thin layer of dry leaves and pine needles covered the ground around it, and the air smelled of earth and damp wood. It was the kind of place that looked like it belonged in an old movie about the wilderness. I parked my car on a narrow dirt path about 50 yards away from the cabin. The last mile to the cabin was a rough drive on a trail only big enough for a single vehicle, the kind where if you hit a patch of mud you'd probably get stuck. I had packed light, just a small backpack with food, water, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and some clothes. The rest of the cabin's supplies were supposed to be basic but enough for a few days. At first, the silence was overwhelming. No birds singing, no wind rustling the leaves, just a heavy quiet. When I opened the creaking wooden door and stepped inside, the air was stale and cold. Dust floated in the weak sunlight coming through the grimy windows. The cabin smelled like old wood and something faintly sour. Inside, the floor was made of rough planks, uneven and worn. The furniture was old and covered in dust. A wooden table with peeling paint, a couple of creaky chairs, a small stove in the corner, and a bed frame with no mattress. I noticed the fireplace was filled with ashes but no logs. I set down my bag and started to unpack. The plan was to stay 2 nights, maybe 3 if I felt like it. I was looking forward to just sitting outside, reading a book, maybe fishing if I could find a nearby stream. The cabin's owner had left a note taped to the door frame, telling me to lock up when I left and to watch out for bears. I laughed it off, thinking how ridiculous it was. The first night passed without much incident. I built a small fire with some dry wood I found near the cabin. It was a struggle getting the fire started, but once the flames caught, the warmth filled the room and the flickering light chased away the dark corners. I lay on the floor on my sleeping bag, the only comfortable spot in the place. Outside, the wind began to pick up, rattling the windows and making the branches scratch against the roof. I thought it was just the wind at first, but then I heard something else. A soft, dragging noise, like something heavy moving slowly through the leaves right outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was too steady, deliberate, and close. I froze, listening. The sound stopped suddenly. Then I heard breathing. Heavy, slow breaths just beyond the window. I could see nothing through the grimy glass, just dark shapes of the trees. My heart hammered. I grabbed my flashlight and swung it toward the window, shining the beam out into the night. The light caught on something moving, a shape low to the ground, just outside the edge of the clearing. It was too big to be a raccoon or a fox. I didn't see fur or legs, just a dark mass. The flashlight's beam flickered as I turned it quickly. The noise stopped, and after a few seconds, everything was silent again. I told myself it was just my imagination, just some animal passing by, nothing to worry about. I tried to focus on the fire, on the warmth and light, but sleep wouldn't come. The next morning, I got up early and stepped outside. The forest looked different in the daylight, less menacing but still thick and endless. The trail back to the road was narrow and covered in fallen leaves. I walked around the clearing and saw broken branches and trampled grass near the edge of the trees, as if something heavy had pushed through. I checked the ground and found deep, wide footprints pressed into the soil, too large for any deer or bear I had ever seen. The shape of the print was odd, with wide toes and a flat heel, like a giant's foot. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, but told myself it could have been a hunter or someone else passing through. Still, it made me uneasy. That afternoon, I decided to explore a bit farther. The map I had showed a small stream a few miles north, and I thought it would be good to find water and clear my head. The forest was dense, and I had to push branches out of the way and step carefully over roots. The sun was bright but didn't warm much under the thick canopy. After an hour, I found the stream, clear and cold, running over smooth stones. I knelt down and drank some water, feeling refreshed. I sat on a rock, watching the water flow, but then I saw something strange. Farther upstream in the water were more of those footprints, but they looked older, washed partially by the current but still clear. The prints were huge and headed toward the forest again. I looked around, uneasy. The forest was quiet except for the water and the occasional bird call, but I felt eyes watching me. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling was strong. I headed back quickly, staying alert. As I walked, I kept hearing faint noises, cracks of branches, distant thuds, and low rumbles like heavy footsteps. Every time I stopped to listen, the sound stopped too. When I returned to the cabin, it was late afternoon. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees. I checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked and secure. The firewood pile I had left untouched was now scattered, with some pieces broken and pushed around. I knew I hadn't done it. That night was worse than the first. The noises outside started early. Branches scraping against the walls, heavy breathing, slow steps circling the cabin. I stayed inside, flashlight ready, watching the windows. The darkness pressed in on all sides. I could hear the dragging noise again, this time closer, almost right outside the door. I pressed my ear to the wood, hearing something breathing heavily, smelling a strong, musky odor that filled the room. Hours passed like this. I didn't sleep. At one point, I tried to look outside through a crack in the curtains. Just beyond the porch light's dim glow, I saw a huge shadow standing still, taller than any man I'd seen. It didn't move or make noise, just stood watching. I felt trapped. When the sun finally rose, the noises stopped. The forest looked calm again. I stepped outside and found deep scratches gouged into the wooden door, long claw marks that hadn't been there before. The ground around the cabin was churned up, as if something large had been digging or pawing. I realized then that this wasn't some animal passing through. Something was living in these woods, watching me, tracking me, and it wasn't afraid. For the rest of the day, I packed everything up. I moved fast, not stopping for anything except to grab the essentials. The sun sank low behind the trees, and I didn't want to be here when night came again. As I walked back down the trail to my car, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound set my nerves on edge. I kept hearing heavy footsteps behind me, but every time I turned, nothing was there. I finally reached my car just as the last light disappeared from the sky. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Sitting inside, heart pounding, I started the engine and drove as fast as I could away from that place. I never went back. I don't know what exactly was out there in those woods, but it wasn't a ghost or a storybook monster. It was real, something big, strong, and patient, something that doesn't want to be found. Even now, weeks later, I feel like it's still watching me from the shadows, waiting for the day I might return. The forest around the cabin was thick and silent, the kind of quiet that presses on your ears until you almost expect something to break it. I had been driving all day, the narrow dirt road winding through endless rows of trees, until I finally reached the place. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway, a chance to get away from the noise of the city and the endless demands of work. The cabin was small and old, built decades ago by someone who had wanted to disappear from the world. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines and dense underbrush, and already I could feel how isolated it was. I parked the car on a patch of uneven ground covered in pine needles, the smell of damp earth and moss thick in the air. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched from the trees like dark fingers. The cabin's wooden walls were weathered and faded, the paint peeling off in places, but it seemed sturdy enough. I unloaded my bags, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had started to creep up my spine the moment I stepped out of the car. Inside, the cabin was cold and musty. The air smelled of old wood and dust, and the floorboards creaked under my feet. There was a small kitchen area with a rusty stove, a wooden table scarred by years of use, and a few shelves with faded books and some old dishes. A tiny living room had a worn-out couch and a fireplace filled with cold ashes. The bedroom was just a single room with a sagging bed covered in thin blankets and a small window that looked out into the forest. I set about making the place a bit more comfortable. I started a fire in the stove, stacking the dry logs I had found near the back of the cabin. The flames cast a warm glow that pushed back some of the darkness inside, but the shadows still seemed to cling to the corners. Outside, the wind rustled through the branches, making the trees groan softly. The sky outside was turning a deep shade of blue, and I knew it wouldn't be long before the night swallowed the forest whole. That first night, I lay awake for hours. The silence was so thick it felt like it was pressing down on me, and every small sound seemed amplified. A twig snapped somewhere in the distance, and I tensed, waiting to hear more. But there was nothing else, only the wind and the occasional hoot of an owl. I kept telling myself it was just the usual sounds of the woods, but sleep was hard to find. Morning brought some relief. The sunlight filtered through the trees, warm and bright, and the air smelled fresh and clean. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin, moving carefully through the underbrush, keeping my eyes open for any signs of wildlife or danger. The forest was dense but beautiful, full of towering trees, thick moss, and the occasional patch of wildflowers. I collected some firewood, made a small path to the nearest stream I had spotted, and tried to relax. But something about the place kept nagging at me. It wasn't the usual kind of fear. There were no howls or growls, no strange footprints or eerie lights. It was a feeling deep in my gut, like I was being watched. I couldn't shake it, no matter how much I tried. The forest felt alive in a way I hadn't expected, not with animals, but with something else. Something quiet, patient, and waiting. The second night was worse. After dinner, I sat by the fire, watching the flames dance and listening to the wind. Then I heard it, a faint noise, like something scraping against the outside of the cabin. It was slow and deliberate, a soft scratching sound that made my skin crawl. I got up and went to the window, but all I could see was the dark forest, still and silent. I waited, heart pounding, but nothing else happened. The sound stopped, and the night grew quiet again. I tried to convince myself it was just a branch rubbing against the wall, or maybe a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond the edge of the clearing, watching me. I checked the locks on the doors and windows twice before finally forcing myself to lie down and try to sleep. The next morning, I found scratches on the outside wall of the cabin, near the back door. They were deep and jagged, too long to be made by any small animal I knew. The marks looked fresh, the wood splintered and raw. My heart sank. Whoever or whatever had done this had been close, much closer than I had wanted to believe. I spent the day cleaning up the cabin and trying to ignore the growing tension in my chest. I didn't want to leave, not yet. The whole reason I came here was to get away from everything. The city, the noise, the people. But now I wasn't so sure it was safe. I started to check my phone, but there was no signal, not even a bar. The isolation was absolute. That night, I kept the fire burning bright. I set up some makeshift barricades against the doors and windows with whatever I could find. Every little noise made me jump. The rustling of leaves, the snap of twigs, the distant call of an animal. But the worst part was the feeling of eyes on me, watching from the darkness just beyond the trees. Around midnight, the noises started again. This time it wasn't just scratching, it was heavier, more deliberate. Something was moving just outside the cabin, pacing back and forth. I could hear the sound of heavy breathing, the crunch of dirt and leaves underfoot. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to stay quiet, heart racing so loud I thought it might give me away. I grabbed the old hunting knife I had brought, the only weapon I had. I tried to steady my shaking hands as I peeked through a crack in the boarded-up window. A shadow moved in the dark, large and slow. I couldn't see much, just the vague shape of something big. It was too dark to tell if it was a person or an animal, but it was clear it was watching the cabin, waiting for something. I stayed awake until dawn, never moving, never making a sound. When the first light hit the forest, the shadow disappeared. I didn't dare leave the cabin until the sun was high enough to shine through the trees. Then I went outside, heart pounding, to look for any signs. There were footprints in the dirt, large and uneven, circling the cabin like some kind of slow predator marking its territory. They were human-sized but oddly shaped, the toes too long and the heel too narrow. I couldn't explain them. Next to the prints were broken branches and trampled bushes, signs that whoever had been here was big and strong. I packed what little food I had and decided I had to get out. The isolation, the endless watching, it was too much. But the car wouldn't start. The battery was dead. I tried everything, pushing the ignition, checking the cables, but nothing worked. I was stuck. Panic began to build inside me. I was trapped in this cabin with something outside, something that had been circling me for 2 nights now. I thought about walking back down the dirt road to the main highway, but the forest was thick and confusing. I had no idea how far I'd have to go, and no way to call for help if something caught me. That afternoon, I barricaded myself inside again. I took the knife and stayed close to the fire, listening and waiting. The sun sank low, and the forest grew dark and silent once more. Then the pounding started. Heavy, slow, deliberate, came from the front door. Someone or something trying to break in. I pressed myself against the wall, trying not to scream. The door shook under the force of the blows, splinters flying. I gripped the knife tightly, ready to defend myself. Suddenly, the pounding stopped. The forest went silent again, as if whoever was out there had vanished. I waited a long time before daring to move. At dawn, I carefully opened the door. Outside, the ground was torn up and the footprints had gone. But something else caught my eye. A crude symbol carved into the tree just outside the cabin. It was a circle with jagged lines running through it like some kind of warning. I had never seen anything like it. I realized then that whatever had been out there wasn't just random. It knew I was here. It wanted me gone. Or worse, I spent the next day trying to fix the car as best I could. With some luck and a lot of dirty hands, I managed to get it to turn over, though it coughed and wheezed like it was about to die. I didn't care. I threw my bags inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I drove down the dirt road, I kept looking in the rearview mirror. The forest seemed to watch me go, silent and dark. But there was no sign of the shadow, no footsteps following behind. I made it back to the main highway and finally found a place with signal. I called for help and told them what had happened, but no one believed me. They said it was probably just some kids playing tricks or an animal scratching at the cabin. But I knew the truth. The forest had something living in it, something patient, something dangerous, something that had watched me for 2 nights, waiting for me to slip. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. The memory of those nights stays with me. The feeling of eyes in the dark, the heavy footsteps circling just outside the window. Sometimes, I still hear the scratching in my dreams. I had been planning this trip for months. A solo retreat in the middle of nowhere, away from city noise, screens, and people. Just me, a small wooden cabin tucked deep inside the forest, and a few days of silence. It sounded perfect. The cabin was nothing fancy, just a single-room wooden structure with a fireplace, a small kitchen area, and a bed in the corner. It had no electricity and no running water, just a well nearby and a small woodpile for heating. I packed a heavy backpack with everything I thought I would need. Canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a pocket knife, and some extra batteries. I also brought a map, since there was no cell signal out there. The drive took longer than I expected. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road, winding through dense woods so thick that the trees blocked most of the light. When I finally arrived, the sun was just beginning to set behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. The place was peaceful, almost too quiet. No birds singing, no rustling animals. Just an eerie stillness that made my skin crawl for a moment. I shook it off, reminding myself that I wanted this isolation. I unloaded my gear and stacked firewood next to the cabin's porch. Inside, the cabin smelled of old pine and smoke from past fires. The walls were rough with little insulation. I quickly set up the small propane stove and boiled some water for dinner. The day had left me hungry and tired. After eating, I lit the fireplace with dry wood from the pile. The flames crackled warmly, casting flickering light on the wooden walls. Outside, the night was thick and silent. I pulled a blanket around me and sat close to the fire, listening to the sounds of the forest, or the lack of them. I tried to read a book, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. The glass was small and dusty, showing only the darkness beyond. The forest loomed like a black wall around the cabin. I felt a strange pressure, like something was watching, but every time I looked outside, there was nothing but trees. Hours passed. The fire died down to glowing embers. I lay on the creaky bed, wrapped in my blanket, and stared at the ceiling. I thought about the road, the drive, how far I was from everything and everyone. Then, without warning, a sharp noise shattered the silence. It was a loud bang, like something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. I froze, heart pounding. The wind had been calm all evening. No branches should have fallen. I strained my ears to listen, but only heard the faint crackle of the fire. I grabbed my flashlight from the nightstand and moved to the door. The wooden steps creaked under my feet. Outside, everything was black. I swept the beam over the trees, the clearing, the ground. No sign of anything unusual. Just as I was about to step outside and check, another noise came. A scraping, slow and deliberate, against the cabin wall. Something was moving there. My skin prickled with cold sweat. I grabbed the pocket knife from my jacket. I had no idea what to expect, but I was determined to be ready. I swung the door open slowly, shining the flashlight along the side of the cabin. Nothing. But then I noticed the marks on the wood, deep scratches, claw-like, freshly made. They ran along the wall from about knee height up to the roofline. The wood was splintered in some spots. I stepped back inside, locking the door quickly behind me. My breathing was shallow. The logical part of my brain told me it could be a bear or a large animal scratching at the wood, maybe looking for food. But the way the marks ran upward made me uneasy. No animal I knew could do that. I sat back down near the fireplace and tried to calm myself. I told myself this was just the forest, nothing more. Animals are curious, sometimes destructive, but they don't hunt humans in places like this. Hours later, around midnight, I was drifting off when the sound came again. This time it was footsteps. Heavy, slow steps circling the cabin. They paused, then resumed. The crunch of leaves and twigs, the subtle shifting of dirt. I held still, heart in my throat. My flashlight was on the floor near the bed, out of reach. I didn't dare get up. The steps stopped directly outside the window. I risked a glance. A shadow moved just beyond the glass. Too tall for a deer or a bear. The outline looked human. Panic hit me. Who could be out here? I was miles from the nearest road or town. There was no cell service, no way to call for help. The nearest neighbor was hours away. I grabbed the knife and waited, my breath loud in my ears. The shadow moved away slowly, footsteps retreating into the forest. I locked all windows and doors again and sat in silence until dawn. The morning light was a relief. I stepped outside and saw more signs. Footprints in the soft earth, large boots that didn't match any animal. They circled the cabin, sometimes stopping, sometimes pacing. I checked the perimeter carefully. No other cabins or people were nearby. Nothing that explained why someone would be here. For the rest of the day, I stayed inside, only stepping out to fetch firewood or water, always armed with the knife and flashlight. I made sure to secure everything and stayed alert. At night, the footsteps returned, always circling, always slow and deliberate. Sometimes just out of sight, other times a few feet from the window. The scratching on the walls continued. I never saw the person clearly, just a shadow, a shape, a presence. By the third night, exhaustion and fear mixed. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced with every possible scenario. Was it some lost hiker, a hunter, or worse, someone with bad intentions? On the fourth day, I decided to leave. I packed quickly, grabbing my essentials. I left the fire burning low and opened the door carefully. No footsteps this time. I moved fast down the path to my car. The forest seemed quieter than before. I got inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I backed down the dirt road, I looked in the rearview mirror. At the edge of the trees, a figure stood watching. No face visible, just a dark shape. I drove without stopping until I reached the main road and cell signal. I called the police and reported the trespasser and the strange events. They said they would send a ranger to check the area. In the weeks that followed, I avoided the forest. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been hunting me, watching me, waiting for the right moment. The cabin still stands there, deep in the woods, quiet and empty. But I know now it's not just the forest you have to fear. Sometimes the scariest thing is the person hiding in the shadows. I never imagined a simple weekend trip to a cabin in the woods could turn into one of the worst nights of my life. I'm still trying to piece together everything that happened, and I want to put it all down clearly with as many details as I can remember, so maybe it will make a bit more sense. There is no fancy story here, no ghosts or monsters, just a small cabin, the deep forest, and something real, something terrifying that I never expected. It all started on a late Friday afternoon. I had taken a few days off work to escape the city. I wanted quiet and some fresh air. I found a small cabin for rent online, nestled deep in the woods about 2 hours from the nearest town. The pictures made it look cozy, isolated, perfect for someone who just wanted to read, hike, and get away. The owner's listing said it was off-grid, which I thought was a good thing. No distractions, no crowds. I packed my car with all the essentials: food, water, clothes, and plenty of camping gear just in case. The drive was long but peaceful. As the city faded behind me, the road narrowed and twisted through thick trees. The sun was low, casting long shadows. I followed the directions exactly, down a dirt road that got bumpier and dustier the further I went. Finally, I saw the cabin. It was small and made of rough logs, with a tin roof and a chimney. No electricity hooked up, just a solar panel on the roof and a well pump outside. There was a woodpile stacked neatly near the porch, and a rusty old fire pit ringed with stones just off to the side. I felt a quiet calm being here, surrounded by trees that stood so tall they blocked out the fading light. I spent the first hour unpacking and setting things up. I brought firewood inside to dry, laid out my sleeping bag on the single bed, and checked that I had plenty of food stored. I even found a box of old candles and matches in the kitchen. The cabin was simple but functional. A small propane stove, a cold water pump, and a few shelves with dusty canned goods left by the owner. As night crept in, I built a fire in the pit outside and sat on the porch, watching the stars come out. The air smelled of pine and earth, and the woods were silent except for the occasional bird or insect. I was alone, and that was exactly what I wanted. I didn't expect the night to take such a turn. I went inside and lit some candles for light. The propane stove hissed as I warmed some soup. After eating, I cleaned up and tried to get comfortable on the bed. The cabin was chilly, and I wrapped myself in a thick blanket. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, but inside I felt safe. At first, I heard nothing unusual, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. Branches tapping, a distant owl, the soft creak of the cabin settling. Then, after a while, I heard something else, a faint noise, almost a scraping, outside the cabin. It was subtle, and I wasn't sure if I imagined it. I got up and looked out the window. The yard was dark, the fire pit cold and empty. Nothing moved in the shadows except the swaying branches. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer. The forest was alive with creatures at night. I went back to bed, but the noise didn't stop. Every so often, I heard scraping, faint footsteps on dry leaves, or something brushing against the wooden walls. It wasn't constant, but it was enough to make me uneasy. Around midnight, I woke suddenly. There was a sharp knocking on the front door. Not a tap, a serious hard knock. I froze, heart racing, trying to listen. No voices, just silence after the knock. I didn't answer. I don't know who would be out here at this hour, and the nearest house was miles away. The knocking didn't come again, but after a moment, I heard slow, careful footsteps moving around the cabin, circling it. The sound was soft but distinct on the dry dirt and scattered leaves. My mind raced. Someone was outside. I grabbed my flashlight and a small hunting knife I always carried when hiking alone. I edged toward the door but stopped. I didn't want to open it, but I needed to know what was going on. The footsteps paused at the side window. I could hear a faint rustle, like someone was trying to look inside. Panic crept in. I thought about calling the police, but there was no signal on my phone. I was completely cut off. No one would hear me if something happened. The footsteps moved away slowly, circling to the back. I heard a faint crack as something heavy stepped on a broken branch. My mind imagined the worst, someone trying to break in. I backed away from the door and looked for another escape plan. The cabin had a back door, but it was locked tight. The windows were old and small, some nailed shut. I realized I was trapped. The night dragged on, and the sounds outside never fully stopped. Every now and then, the footsteps came close, scraping or scratching at the wood. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement through the windows, shadowy shapes slipping through the trees. I kept my flashlight ready, shining it briefly through the windows to try to scare off whoever was out there. It didn't help. The shapes disappeared into the darkness. The worst moment came around 3 a.m. The footsteps stopped suddenly. A heavy silence settled. I thought whoever was outside had left, and I started to relax a little. Then I heard a loud thud on the roof. Something heavy, like a large branch or a person trying to climb up. The cabin shook slightly. My heart leapt into my throat. I pressed my back against the far wall, watching the ceiling as the thud repeated, heavy and slow, like someone was testing the roof's strength. I grabbed a chair and held it above my head, ready to defend myself if needed. I didn't dare call out or make noise. The whole cabin felt like it was closing in on me, cold and dark and full of danger. After what felt like an hour, the noises stopped again. The forest outside was eerily still. I stayed awake until dawn, flashlight in hand, barely breathing. When the first light came, I carefully looked outside. There were no footprints in the dirt, but I saw broken branches on the roof, small but definitely broken by weight. The firewood pile had been disturbed. Logs shifted as if someone had handled them. My mind was racing. Who was out there? What did they want? And why had they come so close? I packed my things quickly and locked the doors. I didn't want to stay another minute. As I drove out of the dirt road back to the main highway, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. When I finally got to a gas station with a signal, I called the local police and told them what happened. They said they would send a patrol, but the area was remote and it might take time. The officers who came out the next day examined the cabin. They found footprints around the perimeter, too large for any animal. No one was caught, and the footprints disappeared into the dense woods. They said it could have been a trespasser, maybe someone looking to steal or just scare off renters. But the fact that they tried to climb on the roof was strange. Maybe they thought the cabin was empty, or they were trying to get inside from above. I never went back. I learned that the woods are full of people you don't expect, and isolation can be dangerous in ways you don't realize until it's too late. Even now, when I'm in a crowded place, I think about that night, about how close I came to someone outside, waiting, watching. The woods are quiet, but not empty, and that was a lesson I will never forget. The night had settled deep over the forest by the time I arrived at the cabin. The sun was long gone, swallowed whole by thick gray clouds that made the dark seem almost alive. I had driven through winding, narrow roads all afternoon, the car's headlights barely cutting through the heavy fog creeping among the towering pine trees. The cabin was miles away from any town, far past the last gas station, well beyond the reach of the cell phone towers. It was exactly what I wanted: solitude, a place to be completely alone with my thoughts, and, if I was honest, a break from the usual noise of everyday life. The cabin itself was old, made of weathered logs that had grown dull and cracked with age. Moss clung to the roof shingles, and a small chimney jutted out, a thin trace of smoke lingering faintly in the cold air. I pulled my pack off the passenger seat and stepped out into the damp night. The air smelled of wet earth and pine needles, thick with the scent of moss and rotting leaves. Everything felt heavy, like the forest was pressing in on me from all sides. I unlocked the rusty latch of the front door, which protested with a long creak. Inside, the cabin was dark, save for the weak beam from my flashlight cutting through the shadows. Dust hung thick in the air, motes floating in the circle of light. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath my boots as I stepped inside, and a musty smell of mildew and old wood filled my nose. There were signs someone had been here recently: an empty coffee mug on the table, the faint ashes in the fireplace, and a half-empty bottle of whiskey tucked behind some firewood. It was strange, but also somehow comforting. The place was used, but barely. I set my pack down near the door and moved to light the fireplace. The old matches were brittle, but one caught, and soon a small fire flickered to life, sending orange glimmers dancing on the rough wooden walls. The warmth chased some of the chill away, and I could hear the quiet crackle of burning wood echoing in the stillness. I pulled off my wet jacket and sat down on the rough-hewn chair beside the fire. Outside, the wind was rising, tugging at the trees and sending branches scratching against the windows. The sounds were a steady, rough rhythm that matched my quickening heartbeat. Being alone in the wilderness had always felt like an adventure, but tonight something was different. There was a heavy weight to the silence, a tension I couldn't shake. Hours passed, or maybe just minutes. Time seemed meaningless. I tried to read a battered book I found on the shelf, but the words blurred as my eyes kept drifting toward the windows. Shadows moved outside, long and dark, shifting with the wind. Once, I thought I caught the gleam of eyes reflecting in the flashlight's beam, but when I blinked, there was nothing. Sleep never came. I wrapped myself in the thin blanket from the bed and tried to ignore the growing sense of unease gnawing at my mind. Then, just as I was settling in, I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock on the cabin door. My heart slammed in my chest. There should be no one out here. The road was miles away, and the nearest neighbor even further. I waited, breath held, but the knocking didn't come again. Just one sharp tap. No wind could have made that noise. I forced myself to stand and look through the small window beside the door. The night was pitch black, thick with fog. Nothing moved. No shape, no shadow, no light. I opened the door just a crack, the cold air rushing in, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine. But there was nothing. No footprints in the mud, no sign of anyone having been there. I closed the door and locked it tightly, pulling the bolt across. My mind tried to reason. Maybe a branch had knocked the door from the outside. But the sound was too clear, too controlled to be random. The night dragged on. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, making the cabin groan and shudder. Then I heard it again. From somewhere in the woods, a soft crunch of footsteps in the underbrush. Slow, measured. Not the random crack of animals or falling branches. Someone was out there, walking around. I grabbed the flashlight and swung the beam over the dark trees, but the fog swallowed the light instantly. I stepped outside, the cold air biting my skin, my breath forming small clouds in front of me. I shone the light over the clearing around the cabin, but there was no one, just the endless black of the forest. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, careful not to make too much noise. The silence was complete except for the sound of my boots on the damp earth and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. No footprints other than mine. Back inside, I barricaded the door with a sturdy chair and moved a heavy metal poker in front of it. Then I sat down in the middle of the room, clutching the poker like a lifeline. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting the cabin in deep shadows. I knew I had to get through the night. I told myself it was nothing, just a wild animal, maybe a lost hiker, or my imagination running wild. But the way the footsteps circled the cabin, slow and patient, told a different story. Someone was out there, watching. As the hours ticked by, the tension twisted tighter inside me. I heard scraping at one window, faint but definite, like nails dragged over glass. I didn't dare look, only stared at the door, waiting. Dawn finally came, pale and gray, filtering weakly through the mist. The footsteps stopped with the night, and the forest seemed to hold its breath in the early light. I cautiously opened the door. The ground was wet, and the air smelled fresh with rain from earlier. I searched the clearing and the trees. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there. I packed my things quickly. The cabin felt suffocating now, the walls closing in with memories of the night's terror. I drove back down the twisting roads, the fog lifting with the morning sun, revealing the world as it was, quiet, calm, and ordinary. Looking back, I still don't know who or what was out there. No one came to check on the cabin, no signs on the road, no warnings. Just me, a lone night in the woods, and the silent watcher who never showed itself. That night taught me that sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see, but what you know could be there, just out of reach, watching and waiting in the dark. The cold air hit me the moment I stepped off the beaten path and onto the narrow dirt road leading to the cabin. The sky was heavy with dark clouds, thick and low, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder echoing through the tall pine trees surrounding me. The smell of damp earth and pine needles was strong, the kind of scent that wraps around you and doesn't let go. My boots crunched on the gravel, a dry, sharp sound in the stillness of the woods. I kept moving forward, clutching the strap of my backpack, eyes fixed on the small wooden cabin ahead. The cabin was old, made of rough logs, weathered by years of wind and rain. The roof sagged slightly, covered in patches of moss and fallen leaves. The windows were dark, some cracked, with grime streaking down the glass. The porch sagged on one side, and the steps creaked under my weight as I climbed up to the door. I pushed it open, and the musty smell of old wood and stale air hit me like a wave. The inside was dim, with only faint light filtering through the grimy windows. I dropped my bag on the floor and took a deep breath. The cabin had no electricity, no running water, just the basics. A wood stove, a table with a few chairs, a bed with a thin mattress, and a small kitchen area with a sink that drained into a rusted pipe. I had chosen this place for its isolation. No distractions, no noise except the forest itself. I needed to get away from everything. The city, the people, the constant buzzing in my mind. Here I thought I could find some peace. The first night was quiet except for the occasional creak of the old wood settling and the sound of rain tapping softly on the roof. I built a fire in the stove, the flames crackling and throwing shadows against the walls. The warmth was welcome, cutting through the chill that seemed to seep into the cabin's corners. I laid out my sleeping bag on the bed, pulled a blanket over me, and listened to the rain outside until I drifted off. The next day, the rain had stopped, but the sky remained heavy and gray. I walked through the forest around the cabin, noting the fallen branches and the tracks in the soft mud. Deer had passed through here recently, maybe even a bear, judging by the size of some prints. I felt both a thrill and a chill. The forest was alive in a way the city never was, but it was also unforgiving and indifferent. I spent the day chopping wood, clearing dead leaves from the porch, and preparing food on the small stove. I felt the kind of tiredness that comes from hard work, a deep ache in my muscles that was strangely satisfying. But as the day wore on, a strange feeling began to settle over me. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the shadows growing longer and thicker. The birds were silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. That evening, I sat on the porch, staring into the woods. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their trunks dark and rough against the dim light. I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, a flash of something dark, slipping between the trees. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there, just shadows and the rustle of leaves. I told myself it was a deer, or maybe just my imagination playing tricks, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I went inside and locked the door. The cabin felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in. I checked my phone, no signal. Not surprising, but it made the isolation feel more real. I sat near the stove, watching the flames dance. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. Every little sound seemed amplified. The drip of water from a leaky pipe, the creak of the floorboards, the wind scraping against the windows. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, a low, scraping sound, like something dragging itself across the ground. I froze. The sound stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Then I heard it again, closer this time, slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest. I grabbed the small hunting knife I kept in my jacket and crept to the window. Peering through the dirty glass, I saw nothing but the dark outlines of trees. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, a bear maybe, or a wild boar, but the sound wasn't right. It was too heavy, too calculated. And it wasn't moving like an animal normally would. It was as if something was dragging itself toward the cabin on purpose. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. The storm was coming back. I could hear the distant roll of thunder growing louder. I checked the locks on the door again and secured the windows as best as I could. My fingers trembled. I sat down, trying to calm my breathing, but the unease settled deep inside me. The night dragged on. The noises outside came and went, scraping, thudding, the occasional snap of a branch. I stayed near the stove, clutching the knife, listening. At one point, I heard footsteps, slow, heavy, circling the cabin. I didn't dare look outside. Instead, I kept the fire burning bright and waited for dawn. Morning brought some relief. The rain had stopped, and the forest looked almost peaceful in the weak sunlight filtering through the clouds. I decided to explore the area around the cabin more carefully, hoping to find some explanation for the noises. As I walked, I noticed fresh tracks in the mud. Large footprints, too big and heavy to be any normal animal. The prints were spaced unevenly, as if whoever had made them was limping or dragging something. Following the trail, I found torn pieces of cloth snagged on branches, and worse, deep scratches gouged into tree trunks, claw marks not quite like those of any bear or big cat I'd seen before. A knot formed in my stomach. This was no ordinary animal. Whoever or whatever had been near the cabin was big, strong, and likely dangerous. I hurried back, deciding not to stay another night. I packed what I could and made my way down the dirt road toward the nearest town. The forest was quiet but oppressive, the trees seeming to lean in closer as I moved through them. My mind replayed the previous night sounds and the evidence I had found. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something had been stalking me. About halfway down the road, I stopped to catch my breath and looked back. The cabin was barely visible between the trees, a small dark shape against the dense green. Suddenly, a figure stepped out onto the road behind me. It was large, hunched, wearing dirty, torn clothes. I couldn't see its face clearly. It was hidden in shadow, but the way it moved was wrong. It was dragging one leg, and its arms hung too low. I froze, heart hammering. The figure didn't rush toward me, just stood there watching. I took a slow step backward, then another, careful not to turn my back. Then it moved, fast suddenly, limping but fast. I ran, breath burning in my lungs, feet pounding on the gravel. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, where a car passed and I flagged it down. The driver stared at me, wide-eyed, as I gasped out a quick explanation and begged for a ride. In town, I called the police. They were skeptical at first, but when I showed them the torn cloth and the photos of the strange footprints I'd taken on my phone, they took it seriously. A search was organized, but nothing was found in the forest. No sign of the figure, no tracks beyond what I had seen. The police said it was probably a homeless person or someone injured living in the woods. Maybe someone desperate or dangerous. They warned me not to go back. I haven't been back. The cabin is still out there, deep in the forest, surrounded by shadows and silence. I don't know who or what I saw that night, but I know it wasn't natural. It wasn't just an animal or a ghost story. It was real, terrifying, and it was waiting. Sometimes, late at night, I can still hear the scraping sound in my mind. Slow, heavy, deliberate, like something dragging itself through the dark just beyond reach. And I know that somewhere out there, in the thick woods, that thing is still watching. The forest was dense and still as I approached the cabin, a small wooden structure tucked away in a remote corner of the woods. The sky was beginning to dim with the early hints of twilight, casting long shadows between the towering pines. I had rented this place for a solo weekend getaway, a chance to disconnect from the constant noise of city life and find some quiet. I had no idea how quickly that quiet would turn into something heavy and oppressive. The path to the cabin was narrow, overgrown with weeds and broken branches that crunched underfoot. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles, a mix that usually calmed me, but tonight it felt thick and almost suffocating. When I finally reached the cabin's small porch, the wood creaked under my weight, the smell of old smoke and mold greeting me at the door. The place was clearly old, but not abandoned. Someone had clearly been here recently, or maybe the previous renter left in a hurry. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was small, with a single room that held a wood stove, a worn-out couch, and a rickety table. A narrow bed pushed against the far wall, covered with a threadbare blanket. Dust lay thick on the floorboards, and cobwebs stretched across the corners of the ceiling. The windows were grimy, letting in a faint orange glow from the setting sun. The silence inside was heavy. No hum of electricity, no sound of city life, just the faint creaking of the old wood settling. I set my backpack down, took off my jacket, and started unpacking. The first thing I did was stack some dry wood near the stove, hoping to start a fire. The cabin was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. Lighting the fire was tougher than I expected. The kindling was damp, and the matches kept going out. After several tries, the flames finally caught and began to crackle, casting flickering light on the peeling wallpaper and stained ceiling. Sitting back on the couch, I felt the warmth start to spread. Outside, the last light slipped away, and the woods turned black. The only sound was the occasional snap of a twig from somewhere in the distance. I could feel my heartbeat picking up, a little faster than usual in the stillness. I had brought a book and some food, planning to stay in and rest after the long drive. The walls seemed to close in as darkness filled every corner. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on me, but there was a strange feeling in the air, something unsettled that I couldn't shake. Later that night, the fire was dying down, and I was wrapped in a blanket, staring at the flickering shadows. Suddenly, a noise from outside made me jump. It was a low, slow crunching, like someone stepping carefully through the dry leaves. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped abruptly, then started again from a different direction. I wanted to believe it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon, but the steps were too heavy and deliberate. I got up and peered through the grimy window. The thick trees loomed just beyond the small clearing around the cabin. I could barely make out shapes in the darkness. My pulse thudded loudly in my ears. I checked the locks on the doors and windows again. They were all secure, but I felt exposed, alone out here with no way to call for help. The phone had no signal, which I'd expected. Still, the feeling of being watched gnawed at me. I forced myself to lie back down on the bed, pulling the blanket tight around my shoulders. The fire was nearly out, and the cabin grew cold again. Every small noise outside, branches breaking, the rustling of leaves, made me tense. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time blurred in the dark. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the cabin door. My heart stopped. I froze, eyes wide, barely daring to breathe. Then, nothing. Just the sound of the wind through the trees. I waited a long time before gathering enough courage to look outside again. No footprints in the fresh dirt outside the porch. No signs of anyone there. The banging must have been from a fallen branch or my mind playing tricks. I tried to sleep but couldn't. The cold crept back in, and the silence was broken only by the occasional thud and scratch outside. Then, just as I was about to give in to exhaustion, the sound of footsteps returned, closer this time, circling the cabin. I grabbed the old hunting knife I'd brought along. A small comfort, but something to hold on to. The footsteps stopped near the window I was watching. I saw a shadow move quickly past the glass, too fast to make out any details. Panic surged through me. I knew I couldn't stay here all night in this state. I needed to leave, but it was pitch black, and the woods around the cabin felt like a trap. I fumbled for my flashlight and jacket, preparing to make a run for the car, which was parked about 50 yards down the path. The footsteps started again, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin. My breath was ragged. I slipped out the back door quietly, trying not to make any noise on the dry leaves. My heart was pounding as I sprinted toward the car, shining the flashlight ahead. My legs felt weak and heavy at the same time, but adrenaline pushed me forward. When I reached the car, I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sat there, trying to steady my breath. I glanced back toward the cabin. The woods were dark, but the feeling of being watched was intense. I didn't wait any longer. I started the engine and drove down the narrow road without looking back. Later, safe on the highway, I thought about what had happened. No ghosts, no monsters. Just a real fear that comes from being alone, vulnerable, and possibly stalked. Whatever had been out there was still unknown, but I wasn't going back to find out. This is a strong start to a realistic, atmospheric, scary cabin story with no supernatural elements, but since you requested around 5,000 words in one go, I'll continue expanding it with much more detail and tension until the full length is reached. Here's the continuation. After the sudden flight from the cabin, my hands still trembled as I gripped the steering wheel. I turned on the radio, hoping the noise would drown out the echo of footsteps and the feeling of eyes on my back. Static filled the car before a local station came on, its familiar music and voices oddly comforting. But even with the car speeding down the narrow dirt road, I couldn't shake the events of the night. How had someone or something gotten so close without me noticing? I thought I had been careful, watching the windows, locking the doors, staying alert. Yet somehow I had been vulnerable. The memory of the banging on the door haunted me most. It wasn't like a wild animal. The force behind it was heavy, deliberate, like someone trying to break in. My mind ran through every possible explanation. A hunter who got lost? A trespasser looking for a place to stay? A criminal hiding in the woods? I pulled over at a gas station in the nearest town, hands still shaking as I filled up the tank. The fluorescent lights of the station felt harsh after the dark woods, but they also made me feel safer. I grabbed a coffee and sat in the corner, staring out the window at the night sky. The stars were bright here, but even their light couldn't ease the tension in my chest. As I sipped the coffee, I checked my phone. No messages, no missed calls. The signal was weak, but enough to send a few texts to friends, telling them I'd be back late. I didn't mention the cabin or what happened. The drive back to the city was long, but the roads were clear and the traffic light. Every mile away from the cabin was a little weight lifted off me. When I finally got home, the familiar walls of my apartment felt like a shield. Still, I couldn't sleep that night. My mind replayed every sound, every shadow, every moment from the cabin. The isolation had made the forest feel like a trap, and the presence of someone out there, unknown, unseen, made it worse. I thought about calling the police, but what could I say? A mysterious banging, footsteps in the night. No clear proof of anyone? They'd probably think I was imagining things or just scared because of the isolation. And maybe I was. The next morning, I decided to return to the cabin. Not to stay, but to look around in daylight, to see if there was any sign of who or what had been there. I drove back with the sun high in the sky, the forest looking peaceful and calm in the daylight. The road was quiet, and the cabin sat in a small clearing, almost hidden by the thick trees. I stepped out of the car and looked around. The ground was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. I searched the area around the cabin for footprints or any sign of recent activity. Near the back door, I noticed something: deep, heavy footprints pressed into the dirt. The prints were too big to be mine and showed a strange tread pattern, like a heavy boot with an unusual sole. I followed the prints around the clearing. They led into the trees, then stopped abruptly near a fallen log. I scanned the forest floor carefully and noticed pieces of torn cloth snagged on some branches, as if someone had brushed past in a hurry. My heart pounded as I took in the evidence. Someone had definitely been here, and they had been close enough to try the door. I checked inside the cabin again. The wood stove still held some ash from the fire,